Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if abandoned Izuku was saved by Miriko and had Harem, Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Wolf and the Rabbit by Stillwell03. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Miriko Pav. It's been over a few months since I became a pro and was able to make my own agency. Most of the class became sidekicks or something after graduating before becoming real pros. Today, I was asked by my friend Ryuko to do a patrol together in the city of Mustafar. Damn, this is boring. Can't someone rob a bank or hold someone hostage? This patrol is weak. Patience, Miriko. Not every patrol needs action. The fact it's so calm is proof that crime is low in the city. Yeah. We keep walking with nothing really happening. There could at least be some kind of action or something to liven the mood. While talking, I hear some kind of whimper nearby. You hear that? Ryuko tries to listen closely for not hearing it. Oh yeah, enhanced hearing sucks when you can only hear it. I begin jumping to the area, finally getting some kind of excitement today. Once I get to where it is, I see nothing in an alley to start looking around. I know I heard it in here. Maybe my ears need a cleaning or something. I start putting my pinky into my ear to pull some wax out before seeing a bag of trash move. Looking over, I notice what looked like a kid that couldn't be over 5 years old in the trash. Hey kid, you okay? I walk over to see him crying with some weird stuff covering his right eye. The hell is this? Miriko, you should be more patient. Ryuko comes over to see the kid as I start wiping whatever the hell was on his face. Miriko, don't, huh? I slightly touch it for whatever it was to rip off. Oh. The kid started to scream in pain as his face started bleeding. What the hell? That isn't dirt, it's infection. We need to take him to a hospital now. I take a little towel I had to cover where his face opened and ran as fast as I could to the nearest hospital. 21 Once there, I ran directly into the emergency room section, scared how bad the kid's face was. My name's Miriko, the rabbit hero. This kid's really hurt and needs help right now. I almost shouted this through pants as a doctor came over to pull the kid out of my chest to show the infection on his face, pull off some more in my panic. His face was now covered in his own blood with his one eye open to almost look demonic from this. Holy crap. Thank you, we'll take it from here. The doctor took the kid deep in the hospital for me to finally look down and see all the blood that came off of him on me. The top part of my costume was completely stained red with some black chunks of what was on his eye on me. I've beaten villains to a bloody pulp before, but this was something that scared me. This wasn't someone that deserved it, this was a kid, for God's sake. 2. I began to walk to the waiting room thinking about everything that happened so far. Jackass. Why didn't you take a closer look before ripping the damn infection off? The kid was crying for a reason. I kept smacking my head while calling myself an idiot before Ryuko came in. How's the kid? The doctors are taking care of him now, but he was bleeding a lot after we got here. Ryuko's eyes widened seeing the kid's blood on me. I began to sit down while holding my head, making such a rookie mistake. I should have known that would have happened. You didn't know. If you did, you would have never touched his face and brought him right here. This isn't your fault, Rumi. I know, but it's just not right. He's a kid. I know. But when is the world always right? We sat there for what felt like forever trying to wait for some light for the kid to show up. 9 few hours later, a doctor came over to us with a clipboard in his hands. Are one of you two the pro that found the boy? I am. I stood up when he asked this. Is the kid gonna be alright? It's too early to say. We were able to get the outer infection pulled off and sterilize the cut on his face. However, he's running a very high fever due to his body trying to fight it. We're keeping him on some antibiotics for now and reducing his fever. We're gonna watch him for a few days so his body reacts positively to the antibiotics. But if the infection doesn't subside, we may need to pull the skin off where the cut is and remove his eye. Is there any other way besides that if the infection doesn't subside? Ryuko speaks up hearing this. Sadly, no. If he does react well, he will suffer some slight blindness in his right eye due to this. The doctor gave us some papers after saying this. 6. From what we were also able to look up from blood records, the boy's name is Izuku Midoriya and is 6 years old. We also discovered he was suffering from malnutrition and severe dehydration to a state he's very lucky you found him when you did, or he may have not lived to see another day. He walks away with both me and Ryuko looking at the papers. Says here his quirk's something called pack leader. Can use the quirks of people who are deemed his friends. We looked at the residence of the kid and that his parents are still around. I wonder why he was on the streets. Ryuko, you want to talk to the kid's parents with me? I think that would be necessary. They should have noticed something if the infection on his eye was this bad. We began to walk out of the hospital in the direction of the address we were given. 12 at the Midoriya residence. Once we found our way to the door, we began to knock to have it opened to a man with green hair and stubble. Can I help you? Mr. Midoriya, I presume? Yeah, it's nice to meet you, sir. My name is Ryuko and this is my friend Miriko. Earlier today, we found your son in an alleyway with a very bad infection to a point he needed medical help. We aren't here to judge, but we were wondering how it would have gotten so bad without being professionally looked at. He looked at us blankly before answering. I don't have a son. He tried to shut the door in our faces before I grabbed it to push open. Look, sir, we were gonna do this the easy way and not cause a problem. But if this is how you're gonna act, then we'll do this the hard way. He gets at this point we're not going away and allows us in. 9. We walk into the house to see a woman in the house with green hair and eyes. I'm sorry for intruding, but we found your son in an alley with a very bad cut on his face that was infected to a state it needed medical treatment quickly. We wanted to know why it had gotten so bad under your watch? The woman looked at us like we were crazy. How are we supposed to know? What? My husband threw the useless brat out 2 years ago when we found out what his quirk was. Why? Ryuko asked this a little irritated with the guy answering. He needs to rely on people for his strength, it's useless. Hearing this enraged me. So you threw him out because of it? What else were we gonna do? The kid's nothing but a useless brat that should have given us easy money. But he had to get a useless quirk that needs others to look at him favorably for no apparent reason. I shut him up after grabbing his neck. Listen here, you fucking shitrags. That kid is fighting for his right to live, and all you can think about is him not giving you an easy life. That's bullshit. I was floored at them. They not only threw their kid out, but they show absolutely no emotion to him when he was in a hospital. 97. I start walking over to the mother to glare her down. How can you just throw a kid you had away like he was some piece of garbage? He has as much of a right to live a happy life as you or me. Simple. We just tossed him out the door and locked it until he accepted it and left. I punch her in the face with this comment, no longer able to hold how pissed I was back. I don't care what happens after, but if that kid doesn't manage to pull through with the best outcome. I say the next part with as much menace as I could. I'm coming for you too and making you suffer the same fate he would. I walk to the door before turning around. Ryuko, we're done here. She follows me out as we walk out of the area. That threat was too much, Rumi. What if they press charges on you? You could lose your hero license because of it. I'm fine with that, but I'm not fine with what they did to this kid. She sighs at this before saying the next thing. He'll be in foster care if this is the case. I'd avoid doing anything to make things worse for him going forward. I thought on this while she said this. Is there any way he won't be in an orphanage? The only way is if someone adopts him before that. Chances of that happening though are very unlikely. 59. 2 weeks later, as the days passed, I regularly visited the hospital to see how the kid was doing. Fortunately, he was getting better. The problem was the blindness that the doctor mentioned. He's gonna have a hard life going forward. Today though, the doctor allowed me to visit him. I brought some food that Ryuko made herself since I can't cook to save my life, and she thought a home-cooked meal would liven his spirits a little. As I opened the door, he looked at me with his unbandaged eye with fear. "WW, who are you?" "It's okay. My name's Miriko. I was the hero that found you and wanted to know if you were okay." I held out the small container of food to also show him. "A friend of mine made this for you. She's a good cook, so it should taste a lot better than what the hospital's given you." He was hesitant before his stomach growled. "Going hungry isn't good when you're recovering. Eat and you'll feel better." I brought the food over with some plastic utensils for him to go directly into the food with his hands. Snort, "I like your style, kid. Straight to the point when doing something." He didn't get it with food all over his face and his cheeks puffed with his mouth full. I grabbed a small paper towel Ryuko packed thinking this might happen to wipe his face. Your name's Izuku, right? He looks at me and nods. You're 6, right? He nods again with it seeming like he's trusting me with a bit. Where do you live? He holds his head down while swallowing what's in his mouth to answer. And nowhere. This broke my heart hearing him say this. Can you tell me why your parents did what they did? They said my quirk is worthless and threw me out. Sniffle, I didn't mean to have a bad quirk. It just happened. He started to cry a little at this. Why did I have to say this? 12. I did a little research on your quirk. It sounds really cool. It's not. Heck yeah it is. You can be a one-man army if you have a lot of friends. I actually envy your quirk. He looked at me confused for a second. Why you envy my quirk? Yeah, it's awesome. All my quirk does is let me hop around and gives me rabbit ears and a tail. I turned around to show the cotton ball of a tail I have. I was kinda picked on because of this when I was your age. One of the more prominent names I had was Petra Cottontail. Like Peter Cottontail. How did you become a pro though? I trained hard and got better with it to a point I couldn't lose. Now my feet are registered villain death threats. I do a karate kick pose to make the kid laugh a little. I sat back down to try and talk to him a little more. 57. How did you get the cut on your eye? He held his hand over his face. I was looking for food in a garbage and some mean guy cut my eye with a broken bottle. When did this happen? He thought on it before shrugging his shoulders. It was before snow was falling, but it was cold, then sometime in autumn. Wait, you rummaged through garbage for food? He nodded. I found a lot of food people throw away, not very tasty, but I wasn't hungry anymore. I was kinda impressed how far this kid went to survive for 2 years. What's gonna happen to me now? He looks at me concerned. 2 options. The first is you go to an orphanage. I can't tell you what will happen after that, but it's gotta be better than on the streets. He began to cry a little at this. Or we go with the second option. It's a little hard of a decision and one I can't guarantee is better. He stares at me uneasy with the answer. Option 2 is I take you in. By law, I'd be your legal guardian. But I really don't know how to be a parent yet, so I can't tell you I'll be a good option. But I will try and will tell you for a fact I'll make mistakes. He was crying again while looking at me. Why, you'll take care of me? You won't kick me out, will you? I shook hearing this. No, I won't. I may make mistakes, but I will never do that. I will promise you that. 11. He reached to hug me while crying in my chest. Please, please let me live with you. This act made me cry a little. Knowing he'll want to live with me even though I will without a doubt screw something up made me happy. I hugged him back before we both glowed white for some reason. When he let go, I noticed he had rabbit ears and a little green tail popping out where mine would. What just happened? I have ears and a tail like you. Must be your quirk. This just proves I want to help you. He started to smile at me with a warm-hearted smile. Thank you, Mama. Hearing this made it feel like an arrow went through my chest. That's gonna need some getting used to. As the weeks went by, I was able to legalize everything with Izuku and introduce him to Ryuko, who agreed to help as his aunt with a similar light happening to her. This time though, it was yellow with Izuku turning into a 10-feet dragon after. To say we were spooked a bit by this was an understatement, but we learned to accept this quickly. Once he was released from the hospital, I brought him to my home with him looking around to familiarize himself. Bathroom's the first door on the left, my room's the next one down, and yours is the one across from mine. I brought him over to the rooms to show with him hugging me the second he saw his room. That night, we ordered a little takeout before I gave him the medicine the hospital prescribed for any lingering infection and for his lack of nutrients. Once we were done, we both got ready for bed with me tucking him in. Good night, Izuku. Mama, can you sleep with me tonight? The feeling of being skewered in my heart again came back seeing Izuku's scared face. Oh okay, but let's not make this a habit. He nods as I get in his bed with him. He hugs me tight as I get comfy. Good night, Izuku. Good night, Mama. He quickly fell asleep with me looking at the roof. This is gonna really take some getting used to. Miriko paw. Alright, finally done. Once breakfast was done for Izuku, I went to make sure he was up. Izuku, breakfast is ready. I glanced into his room to not see him. Maybe he's in the bathroom. I went to the bathroom next to see him on a stepping stool looking into the mirror. He was looking at the scar that his eye had from the cut rather intently. Poor kid. He should have never had to get that scar. About 2 months passed with Izuku coming to live with me with the cut on his eye healing enough where all that was left was a scar. He does have problems seeing through his eye a little, but the scar was what bothered him the most. To be honest, Ryuko had to keep me from going back to the Midoriyas and slashing their eyes to match Izuku's. But I was calm and didn't. They're lucky though I didn't have charges pressed on them for endangering a child. The only reason they're getting away with it is because neither me or Ryuko think Izuku can mentally handle that. To be honest, I don't think that would make Izuku feel better either. It may make him feel worse about the scar seeing as it caused so much trouble for him and others. 54. Izuku. He immediately stopped looking in the mirror to see me in the door frame. Breakfast is ready. Hurry or you're gonna be late for your first day of school. Yes, Mama. He climbed off the stepping stool and put it away before walking into the kitchen with me behind him. It isn't Aunt Ryu's, but it's edible at least. I placed a plate of eggs and bacon in front of Izuku that were kinda burnt. He took a bite with a face being made. Should have tried for cereal since it doesn't take me 5 times to make something that doesn't set off smoke alarms. It tastes great. Izuku smiles as he holds down my crappy cooking. So are you excited to start school today? He shakes at this, telling me just how scared he was. It's okay, bud, the first day is always the hardest. You've been through rougher scrapes. I guess. 40 at the school. As we get near the school, I turn to Izuku to tell him goodbye. Well, this is where we part ways. Be good and try to make a friend today. He starts to shake again and second guesses himself. What if people don't like me? Kids are bound to like you. You got brains, friendly when you try to be, and you're freaking adorable. But what if they make fun of my eye? Then they don't deserve you as a friend. He was really worried with this after living the way he did for so long. Sigh, look, bud. I can't help you in what will come next. All I can do is support you from the sidelines here. All I can say is that if you don't take a leap of faith, you may regret this for the rest of your life. You're gonna go in, you're gonna at least make one friend, and you're gonna be a normal kid like you should have been. But how do you know this is gonna happen? I rub his head and smile, because I have faith in you. 25. Izuku heard these words to smack his cheeks a bit and gain a bit of a confident look on himself. Oh, okay. I don't have confidence in myself, but I'll do this if you think it's the best. That a boy. Now give your mama a hug and kiss goodbye before you enjoy your day. He does this and walks into the school looking back at me nervous with me just smiling at him. When he got in and was escorted by a teacher, I dropped my facade and took a deep exhale. Holy crap, that was hard. The ball's in your court, Izuku. Make a friend and be a normal little kid for once. I turned to the direction of my agency, still worried about Izuku. 11. Izuku Pav. Alright everyone, settle down. We have a new student joining us today. I'd like you all to give a warm welcome to Izuku Usagiyama. I stood in front of everyone with their stares starting to scare me. Would you like to say a little about yourself, sweetie? I started shaking with the teacher seeing this and letting me take a seat. I find a spot near the corner away from people. This kid is weird. Look at his eye. I know, scary. I put my head down, scared to say or do anything. I should have stayed home. I don't like it here. People are saying things about my eye. They talk about me when they think I'm not listening. I just want to go home. I started to cry a little as class started. Please let this be the hardest part of the day. Few hours later, Miriko Pav. I sat on a bench looking at the sky, worried about Izuku. Here. I glance over to see Ryuko hand me a lunch she made. Thanks. She sat down next to me as we began eating. How was it with Izuku this morning? He was scared, but I was able to get him to go to school. I looked at some of the food and felt bad for Izuku having to fight this alone. We didn't push him to fast, did we, Rumi? He needs to make friends his own age. We can't always be there for him, and he was able to get back to the standard for his age and beyond it in a snap. I had to admit, Izuku was able to pick up grammar and math like it was second nature to him when we brought him to get some tutoring. We thought it was cause of his quirk that his brain was able to process this better since it works very differently than most. But even if he's smarter than kids his age, he's more fragile than others. 29. But was it right to send him now? He may have survived, but that eye of his makes him very sensitive to what happened to him. I'm scared this is gonna ruin the success we worked hard to get with Izuku after everything that's happened to him. He'll be okay. Izuku is a lot tougher than we give him credit for. Any kid that survives on the streets for 2 years at the age of 4 deserves respect in my book. Right now, all he needs is confidence, and that is only obtained through these acts where his will is tested. The sooner he gets back into normal life, the better for him, and the sooner the real recovery begins. I held my chopsticks in my mouth thinking this and agreed. I just hope he holds out for the day. Kids are a little hard to predict what they'll do. Time skipped to recess. Izuku Pov. The day was finally almost over with everyone going to the playground. I stayed by the sandbox, which was in the far corner away from everyone. I was scared and wanted to be alone, but I wanted to be able to talk to the other kids. I didn't get it, so I just kept away from everyone. Hi. I look up to see 2 people in front of me. One was a girl with brown hair that almost covered her eyes that had X's in them, and another girl with black hair and matching eyes that was avoiding looking at me. I'm Kanoko, but Ivui body calls me Kino Fao Shot. This is Yui. She doesn't talk much, but she's a good Pusin. The girl called Yui avoided staring at me and sat next to me. Do you want to play W with us? I couldn't answer, I was so happy. Somebody wants to play with me? I started to cry a little before nodding. The way. Don't see why. You wook hop you when you smiway. I wiped my eyes before nodding. What do you want to play? Let's make sand castwas. Kanoko said this as we sat down to make little castles. 152. As we were almost finished, some other kids came over to step on Yui's and Kanoko's. If it isn't the quiet girl and the mushroom girl. Hanging out with the new kid cause you can't make better friends. A kid came over that was bigger than us to make Yui hide behind me in fear. That was mean. Apologized to Yui White now. And what are you gonna do about it, Pipsqueak? The kid pushed Kanoko into the sandbox with 2 other kids getting ready to fight. Where'd that courage you had go? Did it come out when you fell back? This kid was now making me mad. You know something? The weird new kid belongs with you 3. Just look at that eye of his. You're nothing but losers that will never be heroes. They started laughing with Yui shaking behind me. 15. That's not true. Izuku is nice, nicer than you at least. If you want to find who the real losers are, look at yourselves. Everyone was silent as Yui says this. You're done for, quiet girl. The bigger kid started making his hands into rock with Yui scared as anything for what's happening. I couldn't take much more of this, so I stood up. You stepping out of the way, new kid? Smart mo. I punch him in the face for him to walk backwards. What the, bad move, new guy, get him. I started to use my quirk a little to how I can use it. Remember Mama's quirk and how it works. I felt my ears turn into rabbit ears and a tail behind me. When they came after me, I jumped up and landed on this guy with his fingers turning into rubber. He fell into the dirt as the others came at me. 14. The next to attack me was a kid with lizard scales. I tried to kick him for it to not do much. I was then punched by the boy with rock hands to fall to the ground. That the best you got, new kid? My cheek hurt, and I tasted blood. I wasn't happy with this taste since it reminded me of what happened to me. I got up into a kneeling position to jump at the lizard skin guy like Mama does before jumping up to stomp on him. He stopped fighting after this with only the big kid left. He was punching with me, dodging every one of them. Is running all you can do, you jerk? Fight me like the weakling you are. When he tried to tackle me, I got out of the way to jump kick him into the dirt. He didn't move after that with me breathing heavy in and out. Kino, you okay? I ran over to Kanoko to make sure she wasn't hurt. Sniffle owie. He made me swipe my knee. I looked at her knee to see a little blood coming from it. 18. What just happened? A teacher came out to see the 3 bullies on the ground and Kanoko crying. It was him, teacher. He hurt us when we did nothing. That didn't happen. Yui tried to say this with the bullies making faces at us behind the teacher's back. I don't know and don't care what happened. All of you are coming with me and your parents will be called. You can take it up with them for your punishment. The teacher looked behind her at the 3. That means all of you. But we didn't do anything. Then how do you explain Komori in the dirt over there? That was the new kid? The teacher didn't agree with them and just pulled them by their arms inside with her, asking us to come with her. The rest of the day was spent inside the classroom sitting for our parents to come. 22 few hours later Mama walked in to see me sitting with Kanoko and Yui. Care to explain why you're picking fights with kids on your first day? Mama looked at me angry with Aunt Ryu in the door. It wasn't my fault, Mama. The mean kid was trying to hurt Kino and Yui. Mama looked at the teacher, who shook a little. You only told me it was a fight. You didn't tell me it was in defense of someone else. I didn't know. Did you ask? Our policy is to take the kids that are causing trouble away until the parents get here. So if one is only defending their self, they get punished. We didn't know. And you probably wouldn't have known because you didn't ask. Aunt Ryu comes in a little angry as well. If this is the best you can do to teach children discipline, find another job. If you're disciplining both kids the same way for something they have two different parts in, that is not right. We will make sure Izuku understands his part in this was wrong and what he should have done. Have a good day, miss. 40 Mama came up to me and stared at me without saying anything. In a quick moment, she hit me in the head hard enough that it hurt. OWW. Next time go find a teacher. You hurt 3 kids today doing what you did today. Though in defense for 2 other kids, you should have thought this out a little better. Sniffle, sorry Mama. I held my head where she hit me before she hugged me, but I'm proud you know how to stand up for others. For that, I give it an 80 for today. Let's go home. As we walked out, Kino and Yui with their parents came out to say goodbye to me. Thank you for helping us, Izuku. Thank you, Izuku. I smiled at them as I nodded. It's what a hero and my mama would do, so I can't look away when people need help. 20 They hugged me as this happened with the feeling of this making me happy. See you Tomoao. Kino shouted this with Yui waving goodbye with only her eyes showing above her mom's shoulder. Before they left, I felt my body go tingly like it did when I got Mama's and Aunt Ryu's quirk to start growing mushrooms on my head and grow some pebbles next to me into big rocks. Whoa! What happened to you? I think someone made 2 friends today. I looked at what happened and looked back at the way Kino and Yui went to smile. Thank you for being my friends. Alright, that 80's and 85 now. Let's go, we got someone waiting at home for you to meet. Mama picks me up and puts me on her shoulders as we made our way home. Once there, some big guy was hanging out outside eating. 20. 85. How ya two been? Why is lard butt in front of my house? I told you before, Miriko, Izuku needs a male role model, so I asked Toyomitsu to come here. Mama let me down to walk up to the big man. Hello little guy, what's your name? Izuku Usugiyama. He wiped his hand with a napkin he had before holding it out. It's nice to meet ya. I'm the BMI hero Fatgum. But you can just call me Teishiro if you want. I shake his hand and start to smile. So you're a pro hero like Mama and Aunt Ryu too. That's right. I start to smile seeing another pro. So this is the kid you wanted me to see, Ryoko. Yes, Izuku needs a male role model in his life. After much consideration, I thought you would be a great person to fit that job description. 27. Ryoko Pav. Rumi led us inside to where I explained Izuku's situation to Toyomitsu. When I was done, he looked at Izuku, understanding why he needs a male role model more. Coming out of something like that isn't easy. The kid's got a lot of guts, trusting you both enough to live with Miriko. Having to rely on your own reserves of strength at such a young age is insane. But I can tell he's becoming a normal kid again. Toyomitsu gets up to kneel in front of Izuku. So Izuku, how about I hang out with you and watch you on some occasions? If you'd like, I know some good places to eat and I can teach you a little about being a hero. Izuku smiled from ear to ear and nodded. Can you really teach me to be a hero like Mama and Aunt Ryu? Of course. Toyomitsu smiled before Izuku started to glow a tan yellow. So that's how his quirk works. Pretty much. He'll be able to use your quirk after this. Izuku smiled as he went to hug Toyomitsu. It warmed both mine and Rumi's heart to see Izuku happy. He truly deserves this. Izuku age 14 Pav. 58. Today started out as any other in the house me and Mom share. I started breakfast first with everything almost done. Alright, now just a little longer until, good morning Izuku. Mom came at me with a jump kick to my head. As she did this, I grabbed her and pinned her to the ground while holding the spatula in my hand. Mom, you know that we shouldn't fight over the stove. Just making sure that your reflexes are at their max. She started laughing while I sighed and got off her to pour her and me a cup of coffee. Breakfast is almost ready, take a seat and I'll have it done in a minute. She does so as I place our plates on the table to start eating. 41. Damn Izuku, you definitely know how to cook. Well, I needed to since the last time you did, you nearly burned the house down. Not true, I had everything under control. Mom pouts while I state how her having everything under control was really. So having the fire department come here with black smoke coming out of the window is under control. She flinches at this while I keep eating. Fortunately for me, I was able to learn from Aunt Ryu on how to cook. If I didn't, I may have starved to death years ago. I glance down to see a text from Kino saying her and Yui will be outside in a few minutes. Sorry to eat and run, but Yui and Kino are gonna be here soon. I finish eating and put my plate in the dishwasher before grabbing my bag and guitar. You're still playing? Yeah, it helps me out a lot with anxiety a bit. Mom smiles before getting up to hug me. You know, it's not too late to ask Yui or Kanoko to be your girlfriend. I'm sure they could help you out with that too. WW, what do they have to do with this? WW, we're just friends. I start to panic as this was said to go run out the door. I'll see you later. Later. 32. Miriko Pav. As Izuku left, I grabbed my phone to send a text to Kanoko and Yui to strike today. You don't know it, Izuku, but you're very liked. Kanoko and Yui want to be with you. Najire is starting to like you. I also wanna say that some pros that you met even have a thing for ya. I get up to start the dishwasher before heading out to work. Please do something with this, you too. This kid is denser than a brick wall. 186. Izuku Pav. As I walked outside, I was met by Kino and Yui running up to me. Izuku. Kino hugs me immediately with Yui coming over and smiling. You brought your guitar. Yeah, I was thinking of strumming a little today after school if you two wanna join me. Heck yeah, Shroom. We would love to. They answer as we start walking. While we do, I remember of how my life has changed since 8 years ago when Mom first found me. I had gone without trusting anyone for 2 years, then suddenly having a family of my own. Kino and Yui have been my best friends for years and we share everything with each other. Mom also helps us train a bit since she knows we want to get into UA and become heroes like her. She also offered me a recommendation since I don't do so well with crowds, but I turned her down. I wanted to prove I could get this myself and not have to rely on Mom more than I should. She already did so much for me that I wanted to give her reason why I was worth it all. 15. So Izuku, when's the next time we get to train with Najire Shroom? That may be a while. She said that her and Tamaki are busy with their hero internships this round and wanted to get stronger. Yui smiles at this. They really are hard workers. Aunt Ryu and Uncle Fat wouldn't allow them in their agencies if they weren't. About a year and a half back, Aunt Ryu and Uncle Fat had introduced 2 people that they were doing a work study with to me. I learned them to be Najire Hado and Tamaki Amajiki. When they were told about me and how I got my scar, they felt horrible with Najire hugging me there. I panicked a bit before calming down into the hug. Since then, they occasionally come over to talk and help me with my quirk training. Things are a little uneasy with me and Najire since I had noticed her womanly features, if you can call that a reason. I still care for her a lot, but this is something I have problems with. Fortunately, Tamaki took a liking to me rather quickly as well and we talk about ways to handle crowds together. These 2 were also the ones that helped me pick up the guitar. In a matter of days, I was strumming like a pro has done it for years. We should probably hurry up. We're going to be late. Right. 44. At school, as we sat in the classroom, the teacher came in with a stack of papers big enough to overshadow his head before getting to his desk. All right everyone, you're 3rd years, so I need you to take these applications and fill out career futures. He tosses them in the air though and smiles. But who am I kidding, you all want to become heroes. Everyone cheered and started using their quirk. The only ones that didn't were me, Kino, and Yui. Yes, I know you all have amazing quirks. But it's against the rules to use them on school grounds, so please stop. The teacher glanced at a folder he had and held a shocked face. It seems Kodai, Komori, and Usagiyama are applying for UA. Everyone stopped and looked at us. Ahahaha. Komori and Kodai, Usagiyama may get in cause of his weird family, but those two are gonna fail miserably. 15. I heard this and turned to the two. They were ignoring this and minding their own business. The only time they made eye contact with anyone was when they felt me stare at them. I gave them a worried look from the mocking with their faces giving a smile saying they were fine. I turned my head back with everyone done laughing at this point. School went on as normal with everyone going home after. 6. After school. Once we got out of school, Yui and Kino pulled me to our normal hangout spot so I can start playing. So what do you two wanna hear today? Maybe something nice sounding. Something that shows your badassness, shroom. Since I started playing guitar, Kino and Yui have always wanted me to play for them. They say it makes them feel special and I was happy to oblige. When we got to the cafe, the manager smiled and told us that the corner we normally sit in is ours. Once we sat down, I pulled out my guitar and put it in tune before we started. Okay, so I want to do 2 songs today. One's an acoustic that you'd be a fan of Yui, and another is a parody of a badass character Kino. I took a deep breath before starting the acoustic. 8:21. When I was strumming, Yui smiled hearing her favorite band. My mind started remembering our training together with Yui getting very discouraged with me giving her help when she needed it. Memories like these made me happy that I was alive. It made me look at everything and say, I made a difference with someone. Near the end of the song, I started to hear clapping to the beat with everyone in the cafe tuning with the song. When I finished, everyone clapped with Yui smiling at me. Okay, so Kino, you wanna hear yours? Yes. Okay, ahem. 26. As I played, Kino knew immediately what I was playing and smiled. I want that well with rapping yet, but I gave it my best try here and did what I thought was the best I could. When it was over, I put my guitar away with everyone clapping again. Okay, so here's your usuals and thank you again kid for your help. My pleasure ma'am. When we first came here, I was strumming a bit outside with the manager coming out to hear. She said she was gonna tell me to stop, but had second thoughts and asked if I could strum a bit inside whenever I'm there as entertainment. I didn't mind it since I liked their tea and I was able to play. Nobody seemed to mind it either since it was live entertainment that sounded nice. After we relaxed a bit and paid, we started walking home with Yui and Kino stopping in front of me. Hey Izuku, can we ask you a question shroom? Sure. They started to blush a bit before Yui asks a question. What do you think of me and Kanoko? A as in, our relationship wise. I thought for a second before answering. I really like you both. They looked at me straight-faced as I realized what they meant. Why you mean like dating relationship, don't you? They nod. I don't think I can answer that easily. You both are very precious to me. Kino, you're confident, happy, and always holds their head up. Yui, you're compassionate, caring, and supportive when someone needs it. If told to pick which of you I wanted to be with, I can't choose between either of you. I'm sorry. 13. I held my head down as they started to laugh. What's so funny? You. They answered together with me completely confused. We knew you would never be able to choose between us shroom, so we made a pact that we would be fine with an open relationship. Huh, Kino's right. We talked about it with your mom, and she was cool with you having a harem. Damn it mom, what did you put in their heads? Wait, I'm pretty sure a harem would consist of more than just 2 girls. We know. We're saying we're fine with you bringing more girls in our relationship since we're pretty sure Najire likes you. But we have one condition, we are above everyone and are your number ones. I smile at them before walking up to hug them. I don't see a problem with that. They both kiss my cheek to make me go red from this. How about we head home before it gets too late to train? Sure. 78. As we walked home, we passed a crowd of people who were watching in an one-way street. What's going on shroom? Let's check it out. We find our way to the front to see a villain made of slime in a wildfire with several pros trying to stop it. Sue. I dart my eyes over to a brown-haired girl being held back by a pro. Let go of me. That's my friend in there. I look at the sludge villain to see a girl inside crying as she's being held hostage. She's gonna suffocate if she doesn't get help soon. I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth before instinctively jumping in to try and save the girl. 3. Kid. Get back here. I ignored the pro-death arms and threw my bag at the villain's eyes. Gya. When he's stunned, I use manifest to wrap tentacles around the girl to pull her out and put her to the side near her friend. Good thing I had a little takoyaki today during lunch. You brat. I dodge him and jump into the air. This may be a pain later, but I'm gonna have to do this. Packed combo move. Lunar ring wave. I spiral down at the villain, kicking him and adding more force with Nijire's shockwave quirk. When I got to the ground, I stood tall with the villain in a puddle of slime below me. I held my right arm up as a resemblance to All Might and smiled. When I was done, I ran over to the two girls to make sure they were okay. Is she okay? I think. She's breathing, so that's a good sign. Asterisk cough cough thank you. Both girls look at me and smile. 8:36. I just did what anyone would if they could. What were you thinking, kid? Death Arms shouted at me while grabbing my shoulder. I helped someone that was in danger. I brushed his arm off to walk back to Kino and Yui. He grabbed my wrist to stop me. You aren't going anywhere. You broke the law, now come with me or, I'm sorry, but you're criticizing me for breaking a law. Question mark. If it wasn't for me, this girl would have suffocated because you chose to do nothing. I started pointing at heroes that actually did things. He put out fires. He was rescuing civilians even though his quirk was a bad match in this. The 40-feet woman behind you was more useful in this than you keeping civilians out of the area, yet you dare criticize someone for stepping in and doing the right thing that was also your job. Question mark. Yes, I technically did possibly break a law or two, but in the end, I used my quirk in self-defense of another, and after the villain used his quirk to attack me. I used the same type of close-range quirk you have, so don't give me the BS your quirk wasn't suited. Now if you don't mind, I'll take my leave before you get embarrassed more in front of these people. I walk away enraged with everyone clearing away for me. 65. Third-person POV. As Izuku walked away with Kanoko and Yui following behind, a skinny blonde man had watched the entire scene play out. The kid may have broken a law, but he did it to save someone. He even jumped headfirst into the fight and held a leveled head to save the hostage before anything else. The blonde man thinks on this before remembering the move he shouted before defeating the sludge villain. The move sounded a lot like the pro Miriko's. Maybe I'll start my search there and have him and young Tagata meet before I make a decision. The man walks away taking out his phone to call a contact called Night Eye. From what I saw, this boy could be an amazing successor. But what is his quirk? 33. An hour later, Izuku POV. You idiot. Mom kicks me in the head to send me into the ground the second me and the girls walk in the door. I get a call from Ryoko to look on the news, and what do I see? Question mark. You getting into trouble. I get up to hold my head down. I'm sorry, but I couldn't stand by and watch someone die because a pro chose not to intervene. Aunt Ryu and Uncle Fat tried to calm Mom down after I said this. You honestly can't blame him for standing up for what is right. You raised him to do that, so you have to accept this as a result. Ryuko's right, Rumi, he did this smart as well. I found the feed online and it showed him only using his quirk to fight after the villain used his. I also found him getting criticized by a hero who did nothing with the pro getting criticized back with valid points. I get he shouldn't get into a habit of doing this, but he did do everything right as to a pro's standard. Mom heard this and groaned. I guess you did help someone, so I'll be easier on your punishment. Starting now, you'll be doing all the laundry, dishes without the dishwasher's help, and a few other chores for the next month. I'd make it more than that, but you did save the girl and stop the villain while doing everything right. I lift my head up and nod before starting with the laundry. By the way, we're gonna be making your training a lot harder tomorrow, so be prepared. Understood. I grab the basket from Mom's room before putting it in the washer. At least she isn't that mad. Izuku POV. 9. It's been a few months since the attack from the sludge villain with me, Yui, and Kino training for Ua. That the best you got? Show me your iron will. Today, Mom thought it would be best for us to train against her in a 1-on-3 match. We've done coordinated moves before, but nothing quite like this. Yui. Now, I shout for Yui to throw a few ball bearings to turn into the size of boulders. You think that's gonna work? Too easy. Mom dodges with her not noticing me and Kino on 2 of the 4 that she threw. I use wave motion to try and pin her down with Kino using her mushrooms to do the same. When she seems to be down, I came in with Mom's quirk to do an axe kick to her head. Too simple. Unfortunately for me, she sees this and grabs my leg to slam me into Kino before being thrown into Yui. We laid on top of each other with our heads spinning from what just happened. Not bad, you three. If I wasn't a pro, you would have gotten me. Did you have to throw me into Yui and Kino? I'll admit that the throw was a little much, but you're gonna be fine. We stay in this position with Mom grabbing us to put us inside on the couch. I guess I did go a little overboard on you three. I'll get something to drink while you three recover. Thanks. We all answer with Mom leaving the room. While she was gone, Yui leaned on my shoulder to put her head in my neck. You okay? Yes, I just want to snuggle a bit. Me too. I glanced down to see Kino hugging my waist smiling from ear to ear. I simply smiled at them as I wrapped an arm around each of them. Since the confession, me, Kino, and Yui have gotten closer than ever. We've regularly gone on dates that we mix up quite a bit on occasion. One of the more recent, we went to the beach that I went to while I was little. This broke my heart though, seeing the beach was now an illegal dumping site. This angered me to no end, so me and the girls made a pact that we would clean this place up to restore its beauty. We were already 3/4 of a way done in a month thanks to my dragon form taking the bigger pieces out and dropping them into the dump. Thanks to the sudden change as well, people began to visit the beach to make it a nice little hangout for couples and families alike. We also began heading there often during dates when it's nice out to enjoy the fruits of our hard work. 3. Knock knock. Hey Izuku, can you get that? On it. I get up from my comfy spot and start heading to the door. When I open it, I see a man that looked like a walking blonde skeleton close to my height. Can I help you? I smiled at the man while he stared at me. As an Izuku Usagiyama here. That's me, but who are you? He looked around before asking. Would you mind if we take this conversation indoors? Sure. I let the man in with Mom walking into the living room. Who's the walking pile of bones? That's what I'm trying to find out. He sits in an open seat while me and Mom sit with the girls. 8. My name is Toshinori Yagi, and I have a proposition for young Izuku. Look man, if you're wanting to say you're gay for him then you're out of luck. I already have 2 possible daughters-in-law and a third one when the 3 of them talk about it. Mom laughed as she said this with the man spitting out blood at her comment. Holy crap, shroom. We all shouted as the man wipes his face of blood before explaining himself. That's not why I'm here. I'd like to offer Izuku a power I carry. But you'll probably understand better when I'm in this form. The man gets up and starts to flex a bit. When he did, his body transformed into one that we knew rather well. 25. 9. Hello. PFFFT. Mom spit her drink out of her mouth at the symbol of peace when she saw the skinny bag of bones as she called him turn into the one man nobody can beat. Holy shit. The man went back into his smaller form as he explains why he came. Now that you've seen that, I'd like to explain my proposition. The power I have is not a normal power. It was created by the combination of a stockpile and a quirk that can pass down other quirks. With it, I was able to become the symbol of peace as the 8th holder of this power. Now I'm looking for a successor like your son Miriko. Someone who is strong and willing to put their life on the line. The makings of what a true hero should be. 8. We all were speechless at this. However, there is a second option. I wanted the both of you to meet first and understand the other before I make a decision. So who's the second choice? All Might looked at Mom before answering. Let's head to UA to meet him. We agreed with him and began our trek to UA. 4. At UA, as we came up on the school, Kino and Yui were taken back by its massive size. Wow, huge shroom. I agree. Let's get a move on. We follow Mom and All Might in the school with a mouse, dog, bear, something standing in our path. 22. 30. Why hello All Might and Miriko. It is nice to see the 2 of you again. Hello Principal Nezu, how are you? Sup teach. Mom and All Might greet the man now known as Principal Nezu in front of us with him noticing us. Why hello, and who might you 3 be? We immediately bow to him while greeting. Hello sir. My name is Izuku Usugiyama. I'm Kanoko Komori's shroom. And I am Yui Kodai. Usugiyama. I was not informed Ms. Miriko had a child. It's a long story. Mom rubs the back of her head while I hold my eye a little with him understanding a bit. Very well. I will lead you to Mr. Tagata All Might if you follow me. Ms. Hado and Mr. Amajiki are there as well with some pro heroes. Be cautious on what you say please. Principal Nezu leads us to a training ground with a name catching my ear. Tagata. Does he mean the guy Najire and Tamaki were talking about? 9. When we got to our destination, I was able to see Najire, Tamaki, Uncle Fat, and Aunt Ryu in the area with 2 others I didn't know. Izuku. Najire noticed me and ran to hug me. I began to feel a little smothered, while she did this to turn my face completely red. What are you doing here? Are you here to watch how me and Amajiki train? Who's the skinny guy? I also heard that you, Kanoko, and Yui are in a relationship, is that true? What type of relationship is it? Do you 3 kiss? How do dates work? Najire, let Izuku go and give him time to answer. Tamaki says this while I start to see swirls in my eyes from what felt like soft marshmallows. Stop thinking those thoughts Izuku. Those are bad thoughts. 47. Once I was recomposed, a man with glasses and another that looked like a character from Fallout came over to me. 25. 18. Hey there. You must be Usugiyama. Mirio Tagata. Nice to meet you in person. The blonde man holds his hand out with it being confusing for me. Nice to meet you Tagata sir. Just Mirio's fine. Do you mind if I just call you Izuku? His atmosphere was very calm and peppy that it made me feel like he was a great person to be around. Sure, so you are the second opinion All Might chose. The suited man looked down at me with distant eyes that made me feel kinda small towards him. Night Eye, do not scare the boy. I've seen his worth and can prove he's worth a shot. The man known as Night Eye looked back at me before going over to the side of the gym. So why did you want me to meet Mirio? To have you 2 spar. We all looked at him confused. Come again. When people fight, it allows the other to understand the emotions they feel and connects their hearts. I would like you both to spar and see what the other can do. Once we're done, I will explain to you both what will happen. We nod before going to the training area. So your quirk is packed leader right? A really cool quirk from what I heard. Wait, when did you, Najire and Tamaki talk about you a lot? They also told me a lot of your struggles. I glance at them with Najire having 2 flags with one of our faces painted on each. Tamaki was also watching with his head not glued to the wall to make things interesting. 25. It's not as special as you want to believe. I need to rely on others to be strong. That isn't what I found cool about it, it's the part where you can tell just how close you and those you hold dear think of the other. You can tell if someone at least looks at you as a friend. It's amazing and can tell what people really think of you. It does come with drawbacks though. Nothing doesn't have its fair share. Now, let's see what you're made of. I smiled before getting into a fighting stance. When Mom said to start, I charged at Mirio with Rabbit to try and kick him in the stomach. When I did though, I went right through him while he only smiles at me. 1. I know I hit him, so what happened? Guess I should explain my quirk since you explained yours. Mine's called permeation. I can phase through anything that isn't me. The only reason my clothes aren't is because they're made out of my own hair. Gross, but cool. I stood up to see him begin to run at me. When he did, he phased under the floor. Where did he? What's up? I looked behind me to barely catch a punch that was millimeters away from my stomach. That was close. Good reflexes. Thank you. We smiled as I tried to kick his face to have it phase through. He immediately went under again for it to be impossible for me to see him again. 9. Think Izuku. He can phase through anything, but there has to be some way to catch him. He jumps up behind me to punch my back. When he did though, his fist met a hardened shell on it to make him get hurt. I pulled my shirt up to show a hard shell of a clams on it. And you said drinking clam juice was a dumb idea. I smiled at Mom who smirked at my quick thinking. So I'm wrong. Big whoop. I knew this was a good defense, but I had no idea how to attack or dodge. Just stay calm. Remember what Mom said about situations like these. Remain calm and keep focused. I held my head down and focused only on hearing. Nejire waving the flag, Night Eye pushing his glasses up, All Might coughing up blood. I can hear it all. 10. I start to hear something behind me that sounded like someone taking a calm deep breath. Got you. I turn as fast as I can to point my hand at him. Packed move. Nejire wave. I send a shockwave at Miriko for him to get pushed back a little. Amazing, you found out where I was gonna jump up and countered it with Nejire's attack. That's impressive. If he's up, that must mean something's tangible. Packed combo move. Chimera wave. I created tentacles with Tamaki's manifest quirk and made each one of them shoot a shockwave out at Miriko. He drops down before it lands with my ears focusing on where he's gonna move next. When your opponent drops down, predict his next move. He jumps behind me as I slide kick him diagonal. Something's gotta be tangible when you pop up, so let's see if I can hit it. I succeed in hitting his ankle to send Miriko back on the ground. He pops back up to smile with this. Now I see why you're so cool to Tamaki and Nejire. That took some brains. 5. We prepare for another attack before All Might gets between us. That should be enough. We walk over to the pro with him smiling at the two of us. I can see how you two have worked hard. Nicely done on both your parts, but this next conversation should be behind closed doors. We walk over to Nezu, who leads us to an empty room. The only ones he allows in are me, All Might, Miriko, Sir Night Eye, and Mom. When we sat, All Might glanced at the two of us. You both are acceptable people that deserve the respect from your hard work. The fighting you both had just demonstrated proves it. However, the main reason I wanted to have you both here is to see who is worthy of succeeding me. He pulls up his shirt to show a giant scar. 17. All of our eyes grow wide when seeing it. I got this some years back while fighting a villain. He took my stomach and most of my respiratory system in the process. Now the muscle form you all see me in is something I can only hold for a total of 3 hours. The rest of the day, I'm this. When I saw his scar, I felt disgusted that another human being can do such damage. I covered my eye remembering the things I've had to do just to survive. I looked at both your files. You worked to the limit to become the best young Tagata. You were even in dead last when it came to training not that long ago before becoming the strongest in UA, so you are the shining example that hard work and dedication do amount to something. Meanwhile, young Usugiyama has seen the darkness this world can be. You got that scar some time ago along with many personal issues, and you're still trying your best to be the hero you want to be. Your life wasn't easy when you first obtained your quirk, but you survived and found some people to stand by you and are now on your way to become a hero. All Might looked at the two of us before he glanced at Miriko. Young Miriko Tagata, would you please accept my quirk? Nah, I'm good. We all stopped to look at him. I mean, don't get me wrong, it would be amazing to have it. But I feel like Izuku would be one to find a better use for it. I stood up to shout at him. Are you an idiot? You have a once-in-a-lifetime chance to obtain something so great, and you just say you're good. Question mark. I shouldn't even be here for an offer, but you're willing to say no just like that. I started to cry a little. I'm not strong or anything like you. I'm weak. I can't do anything without anyone else. I would have died by now in some pile of garbage if Mom didn't find me. So why give it up? Miriko looked at me and smiled. Because I think you deserve it more than me. I couldn't believe this. Miriko was willing to give up an amazing quirk because he thought I deserved it more. 35. But Miriko, you could be a light that shines as bright or brighter than All Might himself. Night Eye argued with him as well, with Miriko just laughing. I don't need a flashy power, I already have my own. Izuku here thinks a lot with that fancy quirk of his and has to work even harder than me, so of course he's the better pick. Heck, I wouldn't even want the power if I was offered it and a second option wasn't there. We were all taken back by this. All Might took a deep breath before speaking. You do realize that I cannot give this quirk to you if you change your mind, right? I'm completely fine with it. All Might nodded before looking at me. Young Izuku Usugiyama, would you please accept my quirk? I looked at Mom and then to Miriko before looking at All Might. I will. All Might smiled as he went to his buff form. He pulled a hair out of his head to hold it in front of me. Now, eat this. He wants me to eat hair. Not the worst thing I could eat since I know what garbage tastes like, but in all honesty, what the fuck? Izuku Pav. Months passed after the meeting with All Might and obtaining his quirk. In that time, I had also gained Mirio's quirk when he said he truly respects me and wants to help whenever he can. Knowing he was there for me along with Najire and Tamaki really made me feel happy. Not long after this speech though, I phased right through the floor and wound up naked in the process. This wouldn't be as bad if Mom didn't bust a gut laughing at me. I tried to save face by asking All Might a little about his quirk, to which he helped me a little with training with it. Thanks to some heavy thinking, I'm able to hold 7% in my entire body. 16. After months of brutal training, me, Hino, and Yui stood in front of the building of Ua. Today's the day, hush room. Agreed. We were on edge with me walking in first. Unfortunately, I nearly tripped and fell before something wet grabbed me. I looked down to see a tongue. Good to see you three again. We looked behind us to see the two from the sludge villain attack. Thanks for the save. Kinda bad luck if I fell here. I smile at them while Kino gets in front of us for introductions. Nice to meet you again, Shroom. My name is Kanoko Komori, this is Yui Kodai, and our boyfriend Izuku Usagiyama. They looked at us strangely when Kino said their boyfriend. It's nice to meet you. My name's Ochako Uraraka, and this is my friend Suyu Asui. Call me Sue Ribbit. I smiled at both of them before saying anything. It's nice to meet you both. Hate to cut this short, but we should get inside. Wish you two the best of luck. Thanks. We ran in with Kino and Yui smirking at me. I never like when they have these faces on. I'm suddenly scared. 24. Time skip to the examination room. What's up, folks? Today is your entrance exams for UA, can I get a yeah? Quote. Everyone was quiet as Present Mike shouted this. Wow, tough crowd. Alright, here's how things are going to be. Mike explained that this was going to be a fake villain point system with points varying from 1 to 3 for the robot. That's funny. He's talking about 3 robots, but the pamphlet says 4. Is it a typo? Maybe it's got some secret meaning, Shroom. We tried to wrap our heads around this as some blue-haired guy with glasses stood up. Excuse me, but on the pamphlet you have provided it tells of 4 robots instead of 3. If this is a typo, then this is very unbecoming of UA. And you 3 up there. The guy glared at us to send a shiver down my spine. If all you are going to do is talk, then please leave. You are a distraction to everyone here. I started to hide in my seat as the guy started to really scare me. Confrontation with words really isn't my strong suit. 36. At the training ground, as I stood in the area, I felt so out of place with everyone and began shaking. Oh snap, a lot of people. I started to shut down in fear with my head being to a wall like Tamaki would. I can't handle this. It's too scary. I start to remember what Mom always said about confidence at this point. Stay confident, Izuku. As Mom says, only the weak-hearted have the privilege to lack courage. I glance at everyone again with them all staring at me. Stop staring at me, you're making me self-conscious. I held my head on the wall again with many people kinda looking at me like if I'm for real. I shouldn't have come here. Sniffle, I just want to go home. 19. Hey, Usagiyama. I glance over to see Uraraka running over. Oh, hello, I guess we're in the same testing site. Yeah. What luck to be in the same testing site. She seemed to be really happy with an aura that lifted my spirits up a bit. So were you kinda nervous? I saw you with your head on the wall and was wondering if you were okay. Why yeah, I just don't handle large crowds so well. That and the nervousness of doing well are kinda getting to me. I get it, I'm a little nervous as well. But I do feel a lot better knowing a friend's here. Why you think of me as AF friend? She nods to make me feel really happy at that moment. She thinks of me as a friend. As this was said, I started to glow pink with weird pads on my fingertips. What was that? It was my quirk. It kinda works with me using other quirks of people that are my friends. That's so cool. I smiled as she admired my quirk with the door opening up. And go. When Mike said this, I used OFA in my body to run as fast as I could inside before anyone could know what's happening. There's no warning in real life. Follow that kid. Everyone followed after me before coming into contact with some 2-pointers. Packed move. Luna ring. They shatter on impact with a few 3-pointers coming at me next. I dodge one while putting my hand on it to make it float in midair. So that's what Uraraka's quirk can do. Some kind of floating quirk or something like that. I grab the robot with a tentacle from Tamaki's quirk to slam it into the other robots. Okay, anti-gravity. A little off, but still accurate enough. 7. In the observation room, third-person POV. As the exam went on, many faculty were watching with some interest. So who should we keep an eye out for? A man with a mask known as Snipe says this with a man in a trench coat that goes by Ectoplasm answering. I say either the boy with the explosion quirk over there, or the boy that seems to have more than one quirk. Everyone turned their attention to Izuku, who was taking down robots with Najire's quirk, then transferring to blowing mushroom spores, stopping robots and sending small sewing needles enlarged to act like swords to dismantle some. Just what is this kid? Everyone watched in confusion as 3 people that wanted to see this spoke up. 1. His quirk is called Pack Leader. To put it simply, he can use any quirk he wants so long as the person whose quirk he's using thinks of him as a mutual friend along with him. Tamaki stated this with everyone turning to the big 3. He's really going all out though. He's definitely gonna pass at this rate. Miriko smiled as he witnessed Izuku use his quirk to phase an attack about to hit his face through. He truly is a unique person. Let's see how he fares when placed in a real challenge. A small rodent-like creature states this while hitting a big red button. Everyone in the room waits patiently for this to happen, with Najire starting to worry about Izuku. You're gonna be okay, right Izuku? 10. On the field, Izuku had taken out a horde of 1-pointers to make his total score reach 120. That should be more than enough to pass now. Suddenly, the ground started shaking with a giant robot coming out of the ground. Izuku looked up to see it was the 0-pointer that Mike warned them about earlier. This may be too much for me to handle. Izuku smiled while laughing at the ridiculous size. He was ready to run before hearing a shout. Help! He looked around to see Ochako trapped under a set of rubble trying to get out. She seemed to be pinned down with the robot above her ready to stomp down. Uraraka. On instinct, Izuku ran at the villain ready to fight. 9. Izuku emerged OFA's speed with Rabbit's dexterity to jump over as fast as he could. He slammed his foot into the debris holding Ochako before jumping up to the giant mecha monster. Combo packed move. Manchester Luna Wave. Izuku maxed out his use of OFA while combining Rabbit and Wave motion to give his kick even more force behind it. He came down like a buzz saw, slicing the giant robot in 2 before it exploded. Izuku came out from the blast with his leg broken and shaking from the act. He held his fist up to indicate he won, with many people unable to comprehend what just happened. When he tried to walk, however, Izuku fell to the pain in his leg and severe exhaustion from using wave motion a little too much with his stomach growling. OWWWW. Izuku was severely exhausted with Ochako floating over with her quirk to him. You okay, Usugiyama? That looked like it hurt. A drawback of a stockpile quirk I have in an energy-based quirk. If I go over the limit, I can break my bones or succumb to severe exhaustion. Quote. Ouch. Very. Izuku laid on the ground in too much pain to bear, but too exhausted to shout. At least Uraraka's safe. As he thought this, Najire came running on the field with an elderly woman not far behind. Izuku. She kneeled down to see Izuku badly broken and barely conscious. Are you okay? Speak to me. Izuku opened his eyes and immediately shut them. Can you move my head please? Najire didn't understand this but did as Izuku asked, not knowing he saw sky blue in his field of vision. Alright, settle down now. The elderly woman came up with Najire smiling at her. This shouldn't be a problem for you, right recovery girl? The lack of energy may cause problems, but I don't see how it would make me unable to heal him. 37. The woman known as Recovery Girl looked down on Izuku before extending her lips to be a foot long to kiss his head. Everyone that watched who were examined were a little grossed out by this, with Izuku's leg starting to reform back to what it was. Most of it is healed, but he does have some burns on his leg. It shouldn't take long for him to heal though, he's young. Recovery Girl walked away with her, helping everyone who was injured as well. Time skipped to after the exams. Ochako POV. We walked out of the school with Yusugiyama and his friends with the one blue-haired girl with us as well. She began explaining what happened to him to everyone while I held my head down at the embarrassment of what happened. After he broke the debris, Izuku jumped up and spin-kicked the robot in half. That's so cool, Shroom. It is. Sue decided to poke fun at me while making a joke. Sounds like you have a knight in shining armor, Ochako. It's not like that. I held a blush while Komori came over and made a proposition for me. If Izuku wants to date you, I don't mind, Shroom. Nor do I. We already told Najire that we're okay with her, so one more shouldn't be that painful. I started going pink at this with Sue asking about this. Can I join in as well, Ribbit? Sure, but you both have to call us by our first names though. Deal. Also, who's the girl that's carrying Yusugiyama? Sue asks this with her finally introducing herself. My name's Najire Hado, and I'm going to be a third year in UA. I knew Izuku since a work-study in my first year and kinda think he's really cute. When Kanoko and Yui came to me a little while ago saying they're fine with me dating Izuku, I kinda agreed to confess to him. I know he likes me and I, sorta, do too. She started blushing with Yusugiyama groaning awake. 101. What happened? Recovery girl healed you for the most part. I'm taking you home. He looked at Najire and smiled. I could easily tell he was out of it, but didn't pay much mind to it. Najire, you're so nice. If I can, I'd like to take you on a date as thank you. He was delirious from exhaustion and didn't know what he was saying. He then looked at me and Sue and smiled. I saved my new friend. Can I call you Ochako now? I went red at this for some reason and nodded. Can I call you Izuku? He nodded and looked at Sue. You can call me that too, Sue. We are friends, right? She nodded with Izuku smiling before glowing green. We didn't see any change before his tongue fell out a length similar to Sue's. Well, that's new. We kept walking with Kanoko and Yui explaining the situation with us about his quirk before getting our numbers. I wonder if he'll remember anything about this talk. 22. Few weeks later, Izuku Pav. After the exams, Kino and Yui have been bringing Ochako and Sue over rather often. They explained what I did also while in a half-conscious state, to which I held my head in a corner with Ochako patting my shoulder. She said she didn't mind and that the dating thing will happen naturally. We started to learn a lot about each other with the days before the entrance exam results would come in. When they finally came in, I was on edge thinking about what will happen. I sat in the kitchen with Mom behind me looking at the letter. I began to take a deep breath and rip the letter open. As I did this, a small hologram projector came out to show All Might on it. I am here, on a hologram. I glanced over to Mom, who held an unsure face before All Might continued. Young Yusugiyama, I'm sure you're wondering why I'm on a message from UA. Well, to put it simply, I will be part of the staff starting next spring. Now for your test results. I was on edge with Mom standing beside me giving a thumbs up. She supported me no matter what, and I wanted to pass this to make her proud. I took a deep breath before All Might spoke. On the written test, you obtained a perfect score. While on the physical, you obtained 120 points to make you pass. However, there was a secret scoring for heroic actions that gave you more points for saving young Uraraka. The hologram showed me destroying the debris that held Ochako before jumping up and slicing the zero-pointer in two. Mom saw this and smiled at me while saying that I did the right thing there. The panel of judges that watched this gave you an additional 60 points to bring your total up to 180. Congratulations, Yusugiyama. You are not only accepted into UA, but also our first-year class representative. Welcome to your hero academia. 16. The hologram stopped there with me looking at Mom. I began to cry and hug Mom. Didn't I tell ya you had nothing to worry about? You killed it and now you're the representative for your year. I smiled as this was said, remembering where I started from. Mom, Dad, please. Get out of my house, you failure. I still feel the kick my birth father did to my stomach as he threw me out of the house at the age of 4. What use does a weakling that has to rely on others have? To me, you're better off quirkless. These were the last words spoken to me before getting a door slammed in my face. Those words still hurt today, but they're proof I worked hard to get to where I am. 14. Mom, thank you. I hugged Mom tighter with her smiling at me. I didn't do anything with this Izuku. It's all you. I shook my head at this. It's not because of the exam, it's about everything else. Mom realized what I said and put her head on mine. You're a good kid, Izuku, so don't forget who you are. I love you. I smiled at these words before answering back. I love you too, Mom. Izuku Pav. 11. The first day of UA had finally came, and I was on edge. Izuku, did you remember your tie? I started frantically looking for my tie with it being nowhere. Mom came in to smile at me before pointing to the bottom of her neck. I looked down to see my tie already on. Sorry. Relax, man, you're more jumpy than I am after a villain thinks he can dupe me. I started covering my scar with my hair in my nervousness with Mom sighing. Nobody is going to make fun of you cause of your eye. You're going to go to UA today, make a crap load friends, and enjoy your day doing it. After, you're going to meet with Kanoko and Yui to talk and spend a happy day with them, Ochako, Sue, and Najire. I smiled at this before nodding. That a boy, now go show Ua what you can do. 26. I start walking out of the house to see Kino and Yui. Hey Izuku, we were just on our way to walk with you to school, Shroom. Kino comes up and hugs me with Yui doing the same. I give them both a peck on the cheek before we head to the station. As we board, we meet Sue and Ochako who were a few stops down after us. We talked about what we might be doing until we got to our stop to see Ua in the distance. In an effort to get there as fast as we could, we decided to race each other. Kino though cheated and jumped on my back riding on my shoulders like I was her steed. When we finally got to UA though, we had to part with Yui and Kino going to Class 1B, while me, Ochako, and Sue head to Class 1A. 2. Whoa, this door is huge. I wonder if it's for people with size quirks ribbit. Could be. Let's get inside before. Get your feet off that desk this instant. I opened the door to the scary guy from the exams yelling at someone. The argument seemed kinda dangerous to step into, so we just walked in without giving them mind. We walked over to a pink-haired girl to try and get the important bits for her to say. The guy with glasses that said his name was Tenya Iida was trying to stop the blonde guy from putting his feet up. I took a glance at the blonde person before realizing something. Kachin. 1. He glanced over to me and looked like he saw a ghost. Deku. He was about to say something before a guy with long black hair that looked like he needed a day or two of sleep crawled in while inside a sleeping bag. Everyone in your seats now. Everyone got into their seats with the person coming out of his sleeping bag to greet us. Hello, my name is Shota Aizawa and I will be your homeroom teacher. He pulled out 20 uniforms first from his sleeping bag before placing them on the podium. Put these on and meet me outside. We all grabbed one of the uniforms before heading to the changing rooms to get into the gym uniforms. As we were changing, Kachin kept staring at me to make it a little awkward. Just keep changing, Izuku. The weirdness will stop when you're out of here. 11. I was one of the first on the field with Mr. Aizawa looking at me. You're Miriko's kid, aren't you? I nod at him before passing me a ball. You'll be in my demonstration when everyone comes here. Yes sir. I also took a look at your background. Why were you adopted by Miriko? I held my head down before answering. I don't wanna talk about it. He stopped at that with everyone coming over. Today we will be doing 8 tests. Usagiyama here will show a demonstration. How far did you throw a ball in middle school? 80 meters. Give or take. Try it now with your quirk. I got to the circle while touching the ball to use zero gravity on it. While it had no weight, I threw the ball as hard as I could for Mr. Aizawa to show a score on his phone. Infinity. Is that even possible? 62. I walked back over to Sue and Ochako who were happy for me to get so far. Today, you will be taking 8 tests to determine where you stand. The one who gets last will be deemed to have no talent, and be expelled on the spot. Ochako stood up and argued with this. You can't kick us out on the first day, that isn't fair. Neither is life. I'm sure the one next to you can vouch for that. He points at me to have everyone look at me. Why am I being targeted? Our job is to make you into the pros of tomorrow, not babysit you. Now remember our motto of going beyond, plus ultra. 6. After the tests, thanks to Najire's, Mom's, All Might's, and Tamaki's quirks, I was able to get first in virtually everything. The only ones that I didn't get first in were the ball throw that I tied with Ochako in, and the sidestep that some weird kid named Mineta got first in. Alright, above is your overall score. He showed us the scores with me getting first and smiling at it. Mineta, pack your bags. You're expelled. No, he started running around to try and avoid leaving with him knocking me down. In the heat of the moment, I fell on a girl by the name of Jiro. When I realized what happened, I started panicking. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to. I quickly got up and helped her on her feet. It's cool, man, it was an accident. I felt a little relief as she smiled at me with all of us heading to the school to change. 39. After we were done, Ochako, Sue, and I met up with Kino, Najire, and Yui. Hey you three, how was the first day for you all? Awesome shroom. It was okay, but why weren't you and your classmates at the orientation? We had our teacher bring us out to do a quirk apprehension test. He even expelled some guy during it. Scary. Sounds like Aizawa. He does that. We started walking until I heard someone shout at me. Deku. I turn around to see Kachin. Hey Kachin, how ya been? Don't. How ya been me? What the fuck happened to you? He walks up to me and grabs my shirt collar to lift me up. Hey, what are you doing? Kino tried to stop him before she saw tears drop down. What happened to you? Why didn't you say anything? Do you know how long me and my family looked for you? Kachin started to tell me what happened when he found out about what my parents did when I was 4. 21. About 10 years ago, Katsuki Pav. Me and Mom decided today to go to Aunt Inko and Uncle Hisashi's home to see if Deku was okay since he hasn't been in school for a few days. As we got to the door, we knocked on it for Aunt Inko to answer it. Hey Mitsuki, what brings you here? Hey Inko, Katsuki hasn't seen Izuku in a while and wanted to know if he was okay. Inko, can you help me with this? Aunt Inko lets us in while going over to help Uncle Hisashi with something. We get in to see a few garbage bags of stuff being brought downstairs. We sit in the living room until the two come back. 2. So what can we do for you Mitsuki? Uncle Hisashi asks with Mom asking the question on her mind. We were just wondering if Izuku is okay. Katsuki hasn't seen him at school for a few days and wanted to know if he was alright. Uncle looked at me and smiled. You must be a young prodigy Katsuki. You're certainly going to become an amazing hero with that quirk. Thanks, me and Deku are going to be heroes together. I smiled at him while they made weird faces. Inko, where's Izuku? Aunt Inko was not answering the question to make Mom start to yell a bit. Where's Izuku? Why do you care for a failure? Uncle Hisashi shouted this with Mom getting mad. What do you mean by that? You don't get how lucky you are Mitsuki. You have a great family life, a son with a great quirk, you're set for life. But we got a defective son. Mom started to go pale a little. What did you do with him? He's gone. Aunt Inko said what we were trying to understand for a while now. Wait, you mean like at his grandparents or something? I didn't understand it, but Mom knew. No Katsuki, Inko means we threw him out. When we found out his quirk was something pathetic and weak, we did what was necessary and threw him out. Mom punched Uncle Hisashi in the face to make him fall. 9. You threw your own son out like garbage. Mitsuki, there's no reason to. Do you understand how fucked up that is Inko? Question mark. You threw a 4-year-old out on the streets for something he had no say in. What do you think is gonna happen to him? Reality came to me what happened, and I didn't like it one bit. He'll die. Good riddance in my opinion. Aunt Inko said this with Mom punching her next. He's 4. That's cruel and a death wish on him. Mom takes my hand and walks out. You better hope they don't find him dead somewhere. Because if they do, I'm coming back for you. We get out of the door and Mom slams it shut. We walk back home without saying anything until we get into the door. 19. As Mom explains what happened to Dad, I ask her trying to hold back tears. Mom, is Izuku going to be okay? Both Mom and Dad didn't know how to answer me. They gave me the best answer they could at the time. Quote. I don't know. I'm gonna go out and try to find Izuku. You and Katsuki stay here. Dad left with Mom walking into the kitchen to get a glass of water. As it was being filled, Mom started crying. Damn it, she slams the glass on the sink to break and scares me a bit. I'm sorry Katsuki. She came up to hug me with what's going on breaking both our hearts. We'll find Izuku, I promise. 4. After a few weeks, we were able to get permission to put papers up to help try and find Izuku. Dad regularly checked anywhere he could along with asking anyone if they saw Izuku. We even told our local school that asked all of us to keep our eyes open for Izuku or anyone that looks like him. But even after all this, we didn't find him. I felt ashamed of myself at this point. I wanted to be the greatest hero of all time, but I can't find and help my best friend. It wasn't right. When the 1.5-year mark came, everyone kinda gave up thinking that it was pointless. I still tried the best I could, but I never got the chance to find Izuku or even anything to help lead me to him. In the end, I started to think the same thing. I hated myself for never being able to save him and swore to be the hero we both wanted to be. A hero that saves people like All Might. 4. Back to present Izuku Pav. I'm sorry Izuku, I couldn't be there for you. Sniffle I'm sorry, he let me go after some time with me hugging him. I'm sorry Kachin, I should have told you that I was okay, but I didn't know how you would feel seeing me again. It's a horrible reason, but please forgive me. I didn't mean to hurt you like this. You damn nerd, I'm supposed to say I'm sorry here. He calmed down a bit as I explained to him what happened to me. So you were adopted by the rabbit hero and are now her son. Not only that, but you have these 5 as girlfriends and have the skills of all their quirks with some pros in you. I nod as he punches my chest a bit. At least you're okay and happy, that's what I give a fuck for. 31. We started to laugh a bit at this to lighten the mood a bit. So we're still good. I hold my fist out to him as Kachin fist bumps me. Yeah, we're cool. I started to glow reddish orange a bit before it stopped. The fuck was that? I opened the palms of my hands a bit to see small explosions happen. To make it simple, I'm able to use your quirk now cause we both see each other as friends without doubt. So this is the power that your old folks threw you out for. Were they fucking stupid? Maybe. Also, how's auntie and uncle doing besides all the problems I gave them? Pretty good. We started walking away with Kino jumping on my shoulders, Yui and Ochako holding my side, and Sue and Najire following behind us. 34. Katsuki Pav. After getting home, I noticed the old hag in the living room folding laundry. What took you so long to get here? I'd normally yell at her, but today was different. I met an old friend. Someone that I'm happy is okay after all these years. She didn't ask, but watched me go into my room. As I sat there, I felt a great weight get lifted off me knowing Deku was okay. So he was able to survive. The part of his story how he got the scar on his right eye scared me for his sake. He had to live through hell before things got better. To me, that wasn't right. I'm sorry that you had to grow up like that Izuku, but I promise I'm gonna be by your side. It's the least I can do. Katsuki, dinner's ready. Get your ass down here. I'm coming you old hag. You two are gonna freak when you realize Deku's okay. Izuku Pav. One more time. Right. I began to hold my hand out while concentrating on explosion. Boom. Since I obtained Kachin's quirk yesterday, I began working my butt off getting good enough to use it as good as Kachin can. Alright, take a shower and get ready for school. Thanks Mom. I ran in to clean myself off before going to get dressed. As I walked out of the bathroom though, Yui, Kino, Sue, Ochako, and Najire were out in the living room waiting for me. Sadly, I only had a towel on for them to see the top half of my body without anything covering it. I was so ashamed of showing them something like that. Kino was having a nosebleed, Yui was red, Najire looked as if she couldn't process anything, Sue froze, and Ochako almost passed out where she sat. WWWW what are you all doing in here? Haha, that is exactly what I was hoping to see. I glance over to see Mom laughing at us. 15. Mom, please don't do these things. I have enough problems as it is without you embarrassing me like this. Trust me Izuku, that body ain't something to be embarrassed about. I bet every girl here is thinking of what you look like without the towel on. Mom smirks while the girls go red before averting their eyes. I gotta get ready. I ran into my room to shut the door with what happened still fresh in my mind. Why didn't I bring my clothes in with me? I couldn't bring in my undershirt and boxers. I smacked myself in the head before walking over to my clothes to put them on. 5. During lunch, as the morning classes went on, I began to see that they weren't as different in UA than any other school. However, our PE and any club activity that we might have were changed with heroics for the afternoon. Right now, I'm currently eating lunch with everyone waiting for Kino and Yui to come over. From what they said, a friend of theirs would like to meet me from what she's heard about me. Izuku. I glance over to see the two with a friend of theirs that had orange hair and green eyes. 14. You must be Usugiyama. My name's Itsuka Kendo. She held her hand out to me to shake it. It's very nice to meet you. Also, you don't need to use my last name. Izuku is just fine. She seemed to be nice. I didn't want to let her stand, so I offered her a seat with her agreeing. So you're both are seriously dating Izuku? Damn, he's got game. Kendo seemed to be slightly impressed with Najire adding to this. He's also dating me, Ochako, and Susu, you know. Wow, you all really have an interesting relationship. We know. Everyone answers with a smile and a little pride in their decision. 2. I began to smile at this before someone elbowed the back of my head. I glance over to see some blonde guy laughing uncontrollably while talking. 38. I'm sorry, I must have not been able to get over that big head of yours. No problem, friend. Nobody's hurt. I tried to smile at him while he said something just plain mean to me. What a pathetic person you are. And here I thought that scar on your eye would make you have more of a backbone. Is it possible that Class A is inferior to Class B? Ahahaha. I start to regress to hiding under the table after hearing this. Asterisk sniffle, I hate my scar. He kept laughing until I heard Yui and Kino jump up. What gave you the right to do that, mono mushroom? I agree, Izuku has enough problems without you doing this. Oh, so the timid scar boy needs the members of my own class to protect. Hi. 29. I hear silence before someone speaks. Something tells me, I'm gonna have to do this often. Kendo came under the table to look at me on my right side. You okay? I couldn't make out so well what kind of face was making, so I adjusted my stare to see her face. It's not that bad, have a little more confidence in yourself. I think it makes you look kinda cute. She spoke kindly to me with touching where the scar is. Gee, thanks. I have some trouble seeing out of it sometimes. It also gave me a lot of problems growing up, so I kinda don't like it when people make fun of me. It's okay, Izuku. Monoma was just picking a fight shroom. He's just a jerk. Hino says this with Yui nodding. Gee, thanks. I started to get up again with seeing everyone smile at me. There we go. No need to be put down by words. Everyone has something they hate about themselves, so don't let it get to you. I started to smile while thanking Kendo. 9. Thanks. I appreciate it. What are friends for? I smiled at this before my body started to glow orange. The heck. When it stopped, one of my hands grew to twice its size to make Kendo act a little surprised. It's Izuku's quirk. It's a little weird when you first see it, but it's a good way for you to know he thinks of you as a friend. Ochako says this with me explaining the baselines for how my quirk works to Kendo. She seemed to get this with us talking a little more about things before it was time to head back to class. I gave Kino, Yui, and Najire a goodbye kiss before we started heading to class. 24. As we sat in the class, Kirishima seemed to get curious over my quirk to ask. So Usugiyama, how does your quirk work to have more than one? Well, Kirishima, let me explain it like this. Let's say I was able to use your quirk, I would need to have a baseline of at least mutual friendship with you. The relationship could be more, but friendship is the most important thing for that. Once it's done, both yours and my own physical capabilities hold the limit to your quirk. So as your quirk allows you to harden your body, I can harden at best the same amount as you can and also for as long as you. Oh, so it's like you're borrowing our skills. Pretty cool. He smiled at me while I nodded. 6. You know something, Midoriya, you're a pretty cool guy. Gee, thanks. It's nice of you to say it. We're pals, man, so I'll tell you straight up. I smiled a bit before glowing red and hardening a bit. Whoa, this is kinda cool. I feel like my body is made of rock or something. So the glow is kinda like your self-explanation that the quirk is mimicking someone else's. For the most part, yes. The door started to open with the sound of a familiar pro walking in. I am coming through the door like a hero. All Might came through the door with all of us excited. He's wearing his Silver Age costume. So cool. Today, I shall be handling your first heroics training. This lesson shall help mold you into the bright young heroes of tomorrow. Today's lesson shall be Battle Training. 31. All Might held up a card with the words on them before going for a remote to press a button. And what hero would be complete without their hero costumes? The button seemed to be connected to some kind of lever or something to release 20 cases with our seat numbers on them. Put these down and meet me at ground beta. We all grabbed our costumes and began heading to the changing area before heading to ground beta. 4. At ground beta, once we were changed, we all met down at ground beta with All Might explaining the way things will go. Hey Izuku, awesome costume. Ochako and Sue came over with me starting to get a nosebleed at the fact they were wearing a skin-tight jumpsuit. I guess. I mean, it's a little tight in certain areas, so that may change how I could move around at the moment. Either way, your costumes look really cool too. Thanks Ribbit. We started to quiet down for All Might to explain what was going on for this assignment. The simple way to explain is that this will be a 2-on-2 heroes versus villains fight. The lots are drawn randomly with each team winning by either capturing the other team, or completing their specific form of winning in the time given. Now that that's settled, let's begin drawing lots. 9. Once they were drawn, I found myself with Ochako with us going against Kacchan and Iida for this fight with us being the heroes. Before the villain team went inside to prepare, we were given a floor schematic with it seeming rather straightforward of a map. So you got an idea on how to win Izuku. I began to think before and I opened a compartment with some dried meat in it. What's that? Bat jerky, I answered while taking a bite out of it. Ew. Trust me, this isn't the most disgusting thing I've eaten in my life. After eating the jerky, I used both Mom's and Tamaki's quirk together to use a bat sonar and listen a little better. They're on the 4th floor beginning to bicker. If they split up, you get Iida and I'll get Kacchan. I always knew you were a little batty Izuku. Ochako held a thumbs up while I show some canines that I obtained by using Manifest. 86. Third person POV. Hero team can enter now. Izuku and Ochako heard this with the green-haired teen pointing upwards to Ochako. She understood what he meant with Izuku using Ochako's zero-gravity quirk on her to float her onto the roof. The two entered in from the top and bottom with Izuku making his way to the 4th floor. Before he could get past the 3rd floor however, he was stopped by Bakugo. Guess it's time to see what you're made of Izuku. They both got into a fighting stance with Bakugo going for a right hook. His fist phased through Izuku however with him going through like it was nothing. Good thing I put in that request for a suit made of my hair fibers when I did. Don't feel like showing our classmates my boy parts yet. 75. Bakugo got back up for him to try to blast Izuku. This time he dodged and was sticking to the wall thanks to Sue's frog quirk with ears on his head. He began to jump around with the blonde unable to keep him down. Face me like a man dammit. He started trying to hit Izuku with an explosion for him to tank it with Kirishima's hardening on a giant fist he made with Kendo's big fist quirk. Oh fuck. Bakugo got the fist right to his face to send him through a wall. I gotta admit, that was kinda cool. What should I call that? Boulder fist. The combinations I could do with these two quirks now are endless. While in thought, Bakugo tried to come back at Izuku for him to dodge and grab 2 pieces of wall. 27. Take this. Bakugo came at him with a large explosion to only have 2 boulders come out of nowhere at him. The fuck? After using size on the pieces of wall, Izuku used Spore to shoot a breath of mushrooms at Bakugo to keep him down. Cough cough, what is this shit? Packed move. Shroom fake. By using Yui's quirk to make a blind spot in your line of sight, I was able to use Kinos to incapacitate you with mushroom spores. Simple, but very effective if you get someone when their mouth is open. Izuku put a water bottle down after tying up Bakugo in tape. If you drink a little water, the spores should make their way out of your system. Izuku ran up the steps with 5% full cowl to get to the door where the bomb was. 7. He began to eat another dehydrated meat to hold a camouflage before entering. Chameleon meat is better than bat meat. Still not the most tasty though. He noticed Ochako was having a hard time getting the bomb with Iida's speed. Izuku made his eyes known to Ochako for her to smile. I wouldn't stand there if I were you, Iida. And why would that? Kacchan says hi. Izuku held his hand to Iida's side before blasting an explosion at him for Ochako to touch the bomb and ensuring their victory. Hero team wins. Izuku and Ochako threw their fists in the air to punch it as a way to express their excitement. Before they headed out, Izuku gave Iida his hand to help him up and commending him on his efforts. 43. Once they came to the monitor room, they found Bakugo pulling mushrooms off him while smirking at Izuku. You might have gotten me this time, but that's not gonna be for long. I look forward to seeing your efforts, Kacchan. The two fist bumped before watching the other matches. The only more notable one Izuku had seen was Todoroki's, where he froze the area to make an easy victory for him and Shoji. The rest seemed to be rather normal, with Izuku taking notes on everyone's quirks and possible ways to help them grow. After class, he gave the offers to everyone, with them having some interest with how sensible the options were and how on the ball Izuku was on their quirks. Some started calling him a student teacher for them to make him blush uncontrollably. 1. End of the day, Izuku Pav. As we started to walk out to meet Kino and Yui, Ashido and Kirishima decided to tag along to talk with us. So then I had them learn to dance and they became good friends. You serious? Ochako and Ashido started to talk about something that happened when Ashido was in middle school with me, Kacchan, and Kirishima, talking about what we can do to get stronger. Hey you guys. Yui came up with Kino being placed on my shoulder. So what's on the agenda for this weekend, Izuku Shroom? Haven't thought of that. Maybe ask Najire if she wants to go on a date and head to the movies before getting lunch. Knowing Mom, she'd want us to train our butts off on one of the days, so let's do training Sunday. Mind if we join you on that? Kirishima, Kacchan, and Ashido asked, with me nodding. The more the merrier. 8. While heading to the station, I began to get a call from Mom. Hello, Izuku, I got a proposition for you. Okay. How would you like to hold a small party with everyone from the first year hero course at our house tomorrow night? I started to worry with the one guy from Class B being there. I'll ask Kino and Yui to put in their group chat while putting it in our classes. Alright, text me if they're into it and also say that there's gonna be an adult there if they're worried. Quote. If it's you, they still have worry. It's Ryoko, you little pain in the ass. She hung up before I turned to everyone. So anyone up for a party tomorrow night? 13. They all glanced at me for a reason. Mom just asked if I wanted to hold one for everyone in the first year's hero course, with me saying I'll ask. Oh, heck yeah, I'm down for going to a house of one of the top pros to party. Ashido seemed to be very into the idea, with everyone else agreeing with her. Me, Kino, and Yui started putting in the group chat the idea, with them putting it in a different one than their full chat for some reason. After a few minutes, everyone seemed to answer that they were into the idea. We typed down the address and for everyone to come around 8 with something to sleep in for them to agree. 2. Once this was done, I asked Kino and Yui a serious question. This may sound mean, and I'm sorry for asking this. But can we not have that one guy with blonde hair come to the party, please? We had intentions not to have him come. That's why we put it in a separate chat shroom. I didn't want to say I was happy about this, but I wasn't unhappy. You know Mom's gonna have me train like a dog tomorrow to make up for that party, right? You won't suffer alone. Ochako says this with her and Sue coming to the side of me. I'm down to train with the rabbit hero. Kirishima states this with us heading to the station before going our separate ways. Izuku Pav. 1. Common. That the best you got. It was early in the morning with me and Mom doing an intense sparring match. Packed move. Oversized explosion. She wanted me to try out the new quirks I had to use with my others to try and think up ideas. One of the more interesting combinations I had was Kendo's big fist with Kacchan's explosion. Since Kacchan's sweat is combustible from the palm, I considered making my hand bigger to increase the amount and the strength of my hand to avoid problems with the drawback. This could be useful when I need firepower. Not good enough. Mom kicks me into a wall for it to break. Crap. You okay? I'm fine. Good thing Kirishima has a sturdy quirk or that might have hurt. 13. She walks over to give me a hand up while patting my head. Those reflexes are getting better. How's your training with OFA doing? Good. I'm starting to get better at using it. Right now, I think I'm at like 8% for how much I can use on average without hurting myself. Huh, ever tried mixing it with the other quirks yet? Tried. Did nothing. Maybe it's cause the quirk isn't actually mine and I'm just tapping into everyone else's that it can't work. I started to think into it before I began to float off the ground. Izuku, you're floating. In my own self-thought, I unintentionally used Ochako's quirk to make me weightless to have Mom hold my shirt while I'm upside down. So I am. I held my hands together to release me to fall on the ground head first. Ow, that wasn't fun. 17. Mom started to laugh while I got up. You might wanna start moving some furniture for some room. Your party's tonight, so I suggest you get some food set up and maybe go to the store and get a few condoms. I start to blush at this while Mom laughs. Then again, you're probably too much of a pussy to seal a deal with anyone. Ha ha ha, it's not like I'd not want to. I just want the G girls to be happy with me. That stuff comes later. Mom smacks my back before chucking a box at me. Trust me, you'd better be prepared if it does happen. I look at the box with a huge blush knowing that my own mother gave me condoms thinking I'd have sex tonight. Oh, and by the way, Najire said she was coming tonight. Something about wanting to see you become a man or some crap like that. She said what? 69. Time skipped to the evening. I looked over the house one last time to make sure everything was right. Alright, chips check, drinks check, music check, embarrassing kid photo albums in a locked drawer check, my room locked for now check. As I went over the list, a huge amount of people showed up to walk in. I assumed most were of Class B since I could only make out Kendo, Yui, and Kino from the crowd. Not long after, Najire and everyone from Class A came in. Some brought food as a way to help add to the choices. Alright, let's get this party jumping. Ashido started going to the radio to put on a bunch of music insanely loud for everyone to start doing their own thing. While this happened, I felt extremely out of place before getting hugged by Yui and Kino. 8. So what do we do at these things? I asked both with an awkward laugh as they went over what goes on at these parties. Well, there's spin the bottle where people spin a bottle in a circle with the person it lands on and the person that spun it having to kiss. Truth or dare where people ask others what a truthful question is or some kind of dare for them to do. Looks like Ashido has a deck of card shroom. I wonder what she's doing. I follow her into the kitchen with a bunch of guys at the table with her shuffling the deck. Alright boys, rules are simple. The losers of each hand has to strip a layer of clothing off. Game ends when everyone but one is stark naked. I'm not getting involved with this game. Agreed. Hell no shroom. 26. Half an hour passes with Ashido having the best luck out of everyone to win without losing a single piece of clothing. At the table, two guys I found out were Tetsu and Awase, Kirishima, Sato, and Aoyama were stripped naked keeping their privates from being shown. That classmate of yours is scary Izuku. Let's just slowly back away and pretend this never happened. We get out of the kitchen to be grabbed by Hagakure. Glad I finally found you Usugiyama. We're just about to start spin the bottle. The invisible girl brings me over to sit between Najire and Kendo with Kino and Yui sitting beside a girl with vines for hair and Jiro from class. Okay, rules are simple. Person the top of the bottle points to is the person you have to kiss if you spin. Girls and guys are included for whoever. Wait, I might have to kiss a guy. 25. I looked around to see Ojiro, Shiro, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari in the set with Hagakure handing the bottle to Yui first. She spins the bottle for it to slow down and point at Kaminari. Ah yeah, time for a little lip actio. Yui kicks him in the lips with her foot while looking calm and collective doing it. I'm not kissing him. Count that as my turn for us to get a move on. Next person was Ojiro who spun it and had it land on Hagakure. He seemed a little embarrassed with our invisible friend coming over to plant a kiss on his lips. He passed out immediately for us to get a small laugh. Who's next? Jiro grabbed the bottle next to spin it while chanting silently, "Please don't let it be stupid," to herself. 3. When it stopped, I looked down for it to point at me. No fair. He gets a bunch of chicks, why does he get to kiss a different girl? Quote. Remind me why you wanted to play this game again, Kaminari. Zero asks this while kinda not being surprised. Well I guess we go and next. I was kinda nervous with Najire looking at us and chanting. Kiss, 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 kiss. I leaned in to give Jiro a small peck on the lips for both of us to go red after that. Yay, alright, you're up, Shiozaki. The girl with vines in her hair grabbed the bottle next for it to land on me again. Why am I being forced into this treatment? I think I will end this game here. Oh no you don't. You gotta go and give Usugiyama a big old smooch first. Hagakure pushed Shiozaki at me for our lips to meet. I started to taste fresh spring vegetables in my mouth to kinda like it. 15. Shiozaki runs through the house shrieking after this to hide in the bathroom. I think you broke our classmate Izuku. Kendo seemed kinda surprised by this with Yui and Kino pulling me to them and kissing me. That was for kissing another woman we didn't yet approve in front of us. Yeah, shroom. It wasn't my fault though. After a few more rounds and some embarrassing moments where Zero and Kaminari kissed along with Kino and Najire kissing, I got up to see what else was going on. While doing so, I was pulled into a quiet room by Bakugo who had Ochako, Su, Ashido, Kirishima, Shoji, and a few of the Class B girls inside it. Goddamn, and I got this one. Kendo walks in with Shiozaki still red as anything with Kino and Yui behind her. 4. So what's happening now? We're gonna play Truth or Dare. Ochako says this with Kendo introducing everyone. Izuku, these are some of our classmates from Class B. The blonde girl is Pony Tsunatori, the black-haired girl is Setsuna Tokage, and the silver-haired girl is Reiko Yanagi. I said hello to them with them saying hi back. Alright, let's get this going. Ochako, Truth or Dare? Ochako thought on this before answering. Truth. Have you ever fantasized about Usugiyama here? She went red while hiding her face to have Ashido laugh. My question is answered. You're next, Ochako. She looked at everyone to see Kacchan. Bakugo, Truth or Dare? Dare. I ain't no pussy. I dare you to go out in your boxers and dance in front of everyone outside. Easy. Kacchan drops his pants to walk out and dance. Strangely enough, old-time rock and roll was playing for us all to laugh at this while he walks back in to put his pants on. And you called that a dare? 28. Kacchan looks over to see Tokage before asking. Lizard eyes, Truth or Dare? It's Setsuna Tokage. And dare. I dare you to pinch some guy in this room's ass. Piece of cake. Tokage pulled her hand off for it to walk behind us. What the? Hey, I said pinch, not grab my ass. Kacchan pulled the hand off him to chuck back at Tokage for it to go back on like nothing happened. That was weird, but cool. So your quirk allows you to take off parts of your body or something like that? Pretty much. Pony, Truth or Dare? Dare to keep this fun. Tokage smiled evilly while pointing at me. I dare you to sit on Usugiyama's lap. Center to be precise where. What? Both of us and the girls shouted for her to begin to get up to walk over to me. 3. She immediately sat in my lap to make me feel something poking at my stomach. I'm sorry if my tail is a problem. I glanced down to see a tail on my stomach. No trouble. It reminds me of my tail when I grow it actually. She smiled at this while looking at Shiozaki. Shiozaki, Truth or Dare? Truth. Who do you think is the cutest guy in the room? Everyone started to grow silent as a huge blush came on her face. Mr. C.C. Cottontail. Everyone was silent as Kendo explains. She calls Izuku Mr. Cottontail after seeing him on TV that one time. She told me she's in love with you. I went red after hearing this for Shiozaki to hold her hands over her face. Ashido, Truth or Dare? Dare. I dare you to kiss the person you think is the cutest in this room for 10 seconds. 19. There was a silence as Ashido looked at Tsunatori. You might want to move for a second. She did as my pink classmate said for me to get tackled seconds later being kissed uncontrollably by Ashido. Go. 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 Everyone started changing while I started to see spirals from this. Did anyone get the number of that piece of bubblegum? Right here, cutie. Make sure to call me up if you want to show a little finesse to the girls here. She handed me her number while whispering in my ear. Also, call me Mina from now on. 'Cause I'm calling you Izu now, baby. This comment made me think we may be a little more after that with my body glowing pink. Well, that's strange. Most people saw me grow horns and make acid out of my hands. Liking the look, Izu. Mina held her thumb up with Ochako handing me a mirror to see my eyes look like Mina's. Well, this is a new look. 26 few more hours passed with everyone having some fun along the way. Eventually, Yui and Kino mentioned on how I can play with everyone chanting for me to play something for them. I grabbed my guitar and sat near a piano we had. Jiru, you know how to play guitar? Yeah. I passed her my guitar while showing her some notes on what we were playing. Here goes nothing. 5. I began to play the piano with Jiru coming in with the guitar. Everyone was silent as anything as I played a song from someone on the internet. The sound of my voice sounding like I was screaming my soul out made everyone have shivers. Unintentionally, someone was videotaping us while watching us play to post it up on the internet. When we were about done, I looked up to the ceiling to reveal the scar over my eye and smile. I looked over to everyone who was clapping and cheering. Yuizu, you mind doing a request? Mina came over to show me what she wanted to hear with me agreeing. I can only really do the acoustic if that's okay. She nodded with me starting up the song. 8. While starting it up, everyone started to listen carefully as I began playing. People began bobbing their heads with me singing with the vocals. Jiru was a little surprised while hearing me with most of the people in the school having the same reaction. Finally, it came to the third verse with having everyone sing as best they could. When the song finally ended, I noticed Kaminari put a phone away with a smile. Kaminari, what did you just do? Make you a famous guy on social media. I sighed deeply before putting my guitar back in my room and grabbed a bottle of cold tea from the fridge. 3. That was awesome, Izuku. I'm so happy you kept playing guitar. Ribbit ribbit. Ochako, Sue and Najire came over with Kino and Yui hugging me. So awesome, Shroom. I never knew you could play piano as well. I'm not that good with it and I was a little worried about showing off my ability to everyone. Dude, that was killer. Jiru looked at me with her aux cords up like they were giving me a thumbs up. T thanks. Why you're playing was really cool T2. And not surprised, since you kinda looked like someone that knows how to play an instrument very well. She came over and punched my arm slightly with a blush on her face. You're just trying to sweet talk me. That piano performance was beyond awesome. I started laughing while Mina came running out with something of mine. I found Izu's photo album growing up. How did you find that? I hid it in my room. 11. I glance at my room to see it wide open with her showing everyone my pictures growing up. Ah, look. He's got a rabbit tail like his mom. How cute. I felt the uncontrollable urge to die until someone found a picture of me in the hospital. What happened to you, man? I hid my scar while Shiozaki asked a question that was kinda invasive. Is this what happened to your eye to make that scar? Did someone do this to you? I wanted to die right there with Yaoyorozu coming over to pat my head. There. It's not that bad of a scar. Liar. Everyone that I meet who see it gives me a face to know it's kinda bad. Dude, that scar is nothing compared to what your eye looks like in this photo. Have a little more pride in it knowing it's not as bad as it looks in this picture. Jiru gave me a smile while I started to stand up a little while still hiding my eye from everyone. 8. I had a little problem and it turned into something bad. Until I was finally able to get to a hospital, I couldn't see out of my eye for some time without seeing my own blood. What happened, man? Psy people aren't always kind. I was living on the streets since I was 4 until my mom found me 2 years later to adopt me. To be honest, the infection on my eye was pretty bad and I could have been in a lot worse shape. Fortunately, I wasn't with only slight blindness in my eye. I pulled the album away with Kirishima and the Tetsu guy crying. So sad. It's sad, but manly at the same time. I put the photo album away with Mina walking up to apologize. I didn't know. I'm really sorry. I placed the photo album away with patting Mina's head. You didn't know, so I don't blame you. We went back to the party to enjoy ourselves a little more before we started to drop and fall asleep. 14. The next morning I started to wake up to Mom smacking me awake to look down at me. Enjoying your blankets? She smirked at me while pointing at Mina, Su, Ochako, Najire, Yui, Kino, Shiozaki, and Kyoka. They got along to the point of first names later in the evening, using me as a pillow. Can you help me get up? Mom held her hand out to have me dragged out with everyone still sleeping. She motioned for me to walk out with her to see the sun start to rise. So the party went well. Yeah, I seem to have made some friends in the effort. Who did you make as a friend now? Well, there's this girl Tsunatori who has some kind of horn-based quirk, Kyoka who has ox cords for ears, Yaoyorozu who has a quirk to create things, this guy Tetsu who can harden his body like Kirishima, Kaminari who can make electricity, and this guy Awase that can weld things to stuff. One mom started to laugh while pulling out her phone. You also became an internet sensation overnight. What? She showed me the video of me playing on the piano for me to cover my scar. Kaminari. Mom kept laughing while I held a face that was a shade of red I couldn't even distinguish. Izuku Pav. For the weekend seemed to come and go in an instant for all of us, with Mondays seeming like it started right after Friday finished. Alright, so if I combine earphone jack with electrification, I'd be able to act as a stun gun in a sense to turn Kaminari's quirk into a more precise long range. Meanwhile, if I combine Tsunatori's horn cannon with Awase's weld, I could possibly make an attack that is similar to a boomerang or even a short sword maybe. I began thinking of possible combinations for every quirk my new friends had, along with mixing them with other ones. Now what should I combine creation with to get a better combo? Maybe use it as a way to increase ammo for Yui's size quirk? Yeah, that works. I guess your muttering never left. I quickly stopped when Kachin said this, being a bit embarrassed. 13. Sorry. It's fine, just kinda throws me back a bit to when we were kids. Kinda happy not everything changed. I start to see a smile grow on Kachin's face while Zero tries to mock him. Is the mighty Bakugo smiling? I'll fucking kill you, soy sauce face. Alright. Geez man. He glanced over to notice the immense amount of writing in the notebook I had with some combinations. Dang man, you really think of everything. Kinda. I try to think of ways to work with what I have to make it better for specific situations. I have the ability to use other quirks, so I might as well see what stacking them on top of each other can do. What you got on mine? Kachin became interested while showing what I had. Right now, I have oversized explosion by mixing yours and Kendo's to increase the amount of sweat my palms will produce to create a larger explosion. This worked rather well and can come in handy if I'm facing a large amount of people. I also have an idea to mix yours and Kirishima's together, since the drawback of explosion is you aren't resistant to the shock. Hardening absorbs shock and acts as a defensive layer over your body, so in short I can absorb and keep using the quirk for almost, if not as long as you can. Badass. So what would you do with mine if you had it? I thought on this while before answering. Since your quirk turns the oils in your skin to the stickiness in your tape, I'd mix Kachin's or Mina's and replace the natural oil with the acid or sweat they produce. This would turn your moderate long-range support quirk and their close to mid-range offense quirks to one long-range offensive attack. That is cool. You really are someone that thinks outside the box, Usagiyama. I smile a bit while scratching the back of my head for Mr. Aizawa to walk in. 9. Good morning class. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa. I went over the reports on the battle training. For the most part, nicely done for you all. He got near the podium for him to discuss what he needed to next. Now on to the business at hand. This next decision will determine your futures here. Everyone held their breath, hoping it wasn't something that would expel one of us again. I started to panic a bit as well for him to bluntly state it. You need a class representative and vice representative. Thank goodness it's just normal school stuff. We all sighed in relief before jumping out of our seats to become our class representative. We need someone real manly to be the class representative. I want to be it. Let me do it. People started to go nuts with me blurting out something nobody expected. I think Iida and Yaoyorozu should be the class representative and vice representative. Everyone looked at me for a second while I explained. 3. Iida prides himself on doing the right thing and has the brains to back it up. Yaoyorozu also got in on recommendation and is immensely smart to use her quirk the way she does, so you can almost guarantee she has talent for this. Out of everyone here, I can't argue they're probably the best for this. Everyone stopped to think about it before agreeing with me. Izubro does have a point. They are smart and try to keep standards high. I'm down with it. I can see it. Everyone began to debate who was probably the best for the position, with us agreeing on Iida as the representative and Yaoyorozu as the vice. Alright then, time for first period. 19 times skip to lunch. While eating lunch with everyone, Iida came over to our table to ask about my suggestion in the classroom. Usagiyama, why did you wish for me to become the class rep? With a quirk like yours, you would without a doubt be a better fit to lead us. Maybe, but I'm too much of a pushover in some ways and need to get more of a backbone before I become someone like a leader. I held a smile on my face before continuing with what I was meaning. We all have our own battles. Mine is learning how to become someone that can stand their ground when I need to. I think you do a great job with that. I glanced at Iida to see him smile at me. You're calm and calculating. If I had to choose out of everyone to become class rep, I would say you are best suited for that job. I smiled at this while knowing Iida thinks of me in a nice way like this. Thank you. It means a lot. What are friends for? Too, hearing this made my body glow a navy blue before engines grew out of my calves. It would appear you have obtained my quirk. Allow me to assist you in learning how it works. Iida sat with us explaining how his engines run on orange juice and how to properly maneuver with them to the best of his ability for the rest of lunch. It seemed to work since they were rather detailed instructions. When lunch was done, however, I had to say goodbye to Kino, Najire, Yui, and everyone from the other classes before heading inside Class A. Once inside, Aizawa walked in to explain what we were doing today for heroics. 47. Today we will be going off campus to a facility that specializes in rescue training. Myself, All Might, and a third person will be assisting in this training exercise. He pressed a button to reveal our costumes before walking away. Wear your costumes or your PE uniform. Either or works, and meet me outside by the entrance in 5. He leaves with all of us grabbing our costumes to head out. 6. On the buses, after a failed attempt on Iida's side to have us sit in seat order, we all boarded the buses with Kirishima and Sue sitting beside me. Hey Izuku. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Sure Sue, what's up? Well, I was wondering why you haven't taken your dragon form while training yet? Everyone looked at me with curiosity. You have a dragon form, man. Kaminari shouted this in amazement, with everyone listening kinda close with amazement as well. The only person who wasn't that amazed was Ochako, since I explained my relationship with Aunt Ryu to her and Sue. The main reason I don't use it so much is cause it's not that easy to hide the fact you can turn into a massive dragon and train with it. Whenever I do, Aunt Ryu takes me out in the mountains so I can avoid any significant property damage to the surroundings. Understanding. Sorry, my quirk ain't that special, man. If it was better, I'd be willing to have ya copy that instead. Kirishima started hardening his arm with thinking it wasn't so special. To be honest, it's hard for quirks to have offensive and defensive traits. Of course, quirks like Kachins and Todorokis are more flashy and talked about, but the real thing that makes a quirk amazing is how you use it with this. I point at my head for him to get it. I see, so I just have to use my head with it more. Think of this. Many people in our class are good at long range, but close range fighters can minimize damage and keep a fight in a specific area to not allow innocent people to get caught in the middle. You can probably handle the most hits and cause the least amount of collateral damage here with that quirk of yours. It isn't flashy, but it can get a job done and help people. That's what really matters. 13. I seemed to get through to Kirishima with him smiling a bit. Thanks, man. You really know how to make people feel better about their quirks. I always try to think that a quirk is only as useless as you make it out to be. We all have our strengths and weaknesses, all you need to know is how to enhance and defend against yours. The bus stops for Mr. Aizawa to tell us to get off. While we do, we're met with a giant building with what looked like the space her 13 in front of us. 6. Hello Ua. Welcome to the USJ. Ochako began to fangirl knowing 13 was our teacher, along with him being one of her all-time heroes. He began to explain how today we will be finding ways for our quirks to be used in rescue, with explaining his quirk a little. 13 also emphasized how easily his quirk can be used to kill compared to how it can be used to save lives. To help us learn, 13 created this facility he called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint to have us ready for any possible disaster we would be facing. While entering inside, the power started to flicker with a strange portal opening near the bottom of the stairs. 24-9. Do they have fake villains here? Kirishima asked with both me and the teachers knowing the actual answer. Those aren't fake villains, they're the real deal. Hello Ua, we are the League of Villains and we've come to kill All Might. A guy with hands covering him began stating this with Aizawa jumping into action. 13. Protect the students. He jumped directly down to face them while 13 looked at both me and Iida. One of you get outside and run for help. I glanced at Iida for him to get what I was going to say. Before we could though, a mist guy came over to block our only way of escape. Hello, we are the League of Villains. We have come here to kill All Might, but it would appear he is not here. Might there have been a change in the curriculum? Kachin and Kirishima charged at him to miss before he surrounded us with some kind of black mist. Seems you all will be more trouble than you are worth. Now, disperse. 2. I grabbed everyone I could to create a giant fist to protect us. In my group was Todoroki, Ojiro, Koda, Su, and Aoyama. Everyone other than Ochako, Iida, Shiro, Sato, Mina, and Shoji was transported somewhere. Thanks for the save. Todoroki thanked me while I looked at the mist man. Don't thank me yet. We still have this guy to deal with. It would appear you will be quite the nuisance. No matter, for you are merely a child. I came at him to kick him in a metal plating to knock him to the wall. You're gonna regret dropping your guard with me. I held his body with Kendo's big fist quirk before looking to Iida. Get out of here, run. He did this with escaping as fast as he could. What are you going to do now, Mist Man? You're going to fail in this attempt to kill All Might when my classmate gets our teachers. I will not do anything, but he will. Izuku? Look out. I could barely hear Ochako as I get a punch to the gut sending me down the stairs and into the water fountain. What was that? I looked up to see a giant beast with its brain on display. Nomu, kill the kid. 2 third-person POV. Izuku got up and began activating OFA at 5% and Rabbit at the same time. I'm not gonna lose to you. Izuku began to hop up and activate wave motion to add a little more oomph to his hit. Packed move. Luna Cycle. The sound of the impact was heard throughout the facility with the beast known as Nomu seeming unfazed. Nice trick, brat, but Nomu has shock absorption. You won't kill him like that. Nomu began to grab Izuku's leg to break it like it was nothing before slamming him around making the pavement crack where he landed. As a way to absorb some of the impact, Izuku used Kirishima's hardening. But this did little as he was shown bloodied by the assault. Usagiyama. Aizawa tried to take on the villains he was against before rushing to help his student. 8. I don't think so, Eraser. Nomu, kill him too. Izuku heard this to send an explosion off at Nomu's face to release him. He tried to get up, but was met with immense pain from being unable to stand on his broken leg. Damn it, I'm useless like this. What would Mom do? What would Aunt Ryu and Uncle Fat do? What would I do? Nomu, kill the brat now. Izuku began to smirk at the monster before starting wave motion to float just above the ground. Come and get me. 1-2 The Nomu charged at Izuku with everything it had. Izuku dodged with permeation before using manifest to turn his hands to clamshells while increasing its efficiency with both hardening quirks he had. It seemed as if he was winning before the monster grabbed his hand to break the shell before snapping his hand like a twig. Son of a bitch, he was punched in the face after with this. Izuku was then beaten into the ground consistently. This is pathetic. Nomu, end him. The beast followed his master's orders to attempt to stomp on Izuku's face to crush his skull. This was stopped however by Izuku grabbing it with his arm that wasn't broken. I guess I have no choice in this matter. The small green-haired boy began to grow in size and take the shape of a dragon. It's been a while since I've fought in this form. Congratulations on making me take you this serious. 1:57. Izuku grabbed the Nomu with his now enlarged hand to slam him into the ground over and over again before throwing him out the facility and miles away. Your next hand, man. You cheater. Shigaraki, we must leave now or else. The blue-haired man known as Shigaraki didn't listen and charged at Izuku. Though Izuku was stronger, he was too big to grab Shigaraki before decaying some of his legs with his hands. In this fight, Izuku had to transform back down to normal size before it became a bigger issue. When he did, he charged at Shigaraki with everything he had in a single punch. But just as the two were going to collide, the doors blew open to show Miriko in front seeing what's going on with a look that screamed she was ready to kill. 1:56. Somebody want to tell me why my son looks like he was beaten bloody and is dealing with some asshole with hands on his body? Quote. She was ready to attack with 13 answering. The hand guy led a raid here to kill All Might with him trying to hurt the students here. Usugiyama was able to take down some giant monstrosity but not without being hurt. The man with hands also commanded it to try and kill Usugiyama. In that moment, a vein broke on Miriko's forehead while she glared at Shigaraki. I'm gonna fucking kill you. She jumped down at insane speeds for Shigaraki to barely dodge before getting a roundhouse to the face, sending him a distance. The rabbit hero jumped up and attempted to snap his neck with her foot to just miss due to the Warpgate villain taking the two away before she could make contact. 12. Get the fuck back here. Only pussies run. Many were either conflicted to say anything to this comment, or scared of the immense damage done to the pavement the second she missed Shigaraki. Miriko's demeanor changed however when she heard Izuku collapse from immense pain. Izuku. She ran over to the boy to notice the mangled shape he was in. Mom, is it over? Yeah, he's gone. Izuku smiled at this while blacking out. That's a relief. He fell unconscious with Miriko placing his head on her lap to give the boy some comfort instead of laying on the solid ground until Ua arrived. She was both saddened and proud of her son for holding out how he did, but the most prominent emotion she had was anger. This was not pointed at Izuku, but instead to the sons of bitches as she called who put her son through this. Whoever you are, hand man, I will find you and shove my foot so far up your ass that they'll need a doctor to surgically remove it. Nobody fucks with my son and gets away with it. 45. Meanwhile with the Bakugos, Mitsuki and Masaru had been spending a pleasant afternoon together with the TV on the news. As it played, a song was heard with the blonde turning it up. This kid is good, he seems to be. Masaru stopped mid-sentence while spilling his tea on his lap seeing the video. Mitsuki, can you come in here and see this video? She walked in to see a boy with scruffy green hair and a scar on his right eye playing a piano. Quote. Holy shit. Izuku Pav. 17. You ready to do this, Izuku? Define ready. Me and Mom got off the train to head into the area I used to live in. Since the incident yesterday with the USJ attack, Mom's been kinda uneasy with me after seeing how messed up I was. So where'd the Bakugos live again? If I remember correctly, they lived down a street or two to the right when we get to this park. We should be able to see the house on the left when we turn. Hard to believe their faces while realizing you're alive and happy. I started to mess with my hair a bit to hide my scar while agreeing. Flashback to the evening prior. Once I was released from Recovery Girl's office, Kachin ran up to me and grabbed my shoulders in a panic. Dude, I think my folks found out you might not be dead. Wait, you didn't tell them I wasn't? No way, I wanted it to be a surprise when you whoop ass in the sports festival. Mom looked at Kachin a little skeptical while asking, so how do you know they think this? They saw that video of Izuku singing and wanted to know who he was. I said I was having a friend over who knew the guy, not saying it was him, so now they're expecting him to come over. I started to panic while trying to back out of this. I think I have a date tomorrow with Mina. Yeah, I made a deal with her to head to her favorite shop tomorrow and I'm certain Kino and Yui would want to know I'm safe, so I'm going to. You ain't chickening out of this, you little pain in the ass. Mom grabbed my shirt while I went white as a ghost. You've been holding off going to see the Bakugos for years, now you'll see them. But, butts are for kicking. You're going to go there tomorrow and I'm coming with you, so I know you're not gonna be a chicken and sneak away from it. I felt a lump in my throat, scared beyond belief of what would happen. 20. Back to present. So what are the Bakugos like? Well, Aunt Mitsuki is rather nice and caring. She always treated me kindly and made sure to keep Kachin in line the best she could. But she can be kinda strong with her choice of vocabulary and how she reacts to things she's passionate about. Define strong. You'll understand when you see it. Uncle Masaru, on the other hand, he's very calm and happy with how his life is. He's a gentle person who tries to be a voice of reason when he can. He admires heroes and wished to become one when he was younger. But he couldn't, so he had to change his career. He doesn't regret it though, since he met Aunt Mitsuki from it and has the comforting family life he has now. He seems like a quiet dude. He is a little on the quiet side, but I didn't mind it since he is the calmest in the family. As we neared the house, I felt very nervous and began to overthink why I was there. What if they don't like me anymore? What if they agreed with my parents' choice of actions later in life? What if they take one look at me right now and are ashamed of what happened? What if, you're internally panicking, aren't you? Little, look, your friend said that they looked for you and was willing to sock your birth parents for what they did. To me, they gave more of a damn about you than your asshat of parents before me. That proves they're good people. I smiled at this while Mom wrapped an arm around me. Let's go show these people that you're fine and a handsome young man. Alright. 8. We got to the door for it to open to Kachin. Oh yeah, I'd like to see you try ya old hag. He was cut off in an argument by a pan being thrown at his face. You wanna try that again ya brat? Kachin came out of his argument to see me and Mom, who was kinda confused on what was going on. Seems you both made it. What are you doing just standing at the door, Katsuki? I'm talking to a friend, you old hag. Get some some shit. He brought some snacks. Don't you speak to me like that, you fucking pain in the ass. Try me. Now I see what you meant by strong vocabulary and her reactions. I nod while Kachin led us in. Thank you for allowing us in. We bowed to Kachin while entering into the house. 12. Old man, hag, I got someone for you two to meet. Why are you calling me a hag, ya damned brat? Mitsuki, maybe shouting isn't the best first impression for Katsuki's friend. He knows of our family life, old man, don't worry about that. Seems you three are a lively family. Mom states this while Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru walk into the room. Aunt Mitsuki immediately smacks Kachin for his choice of words when addressing her to see Mom first. 4. So it's the pro hero Miriko. Didn't know you had a friend like that, Katsuki. No, I'm friends with her son. The rabbit hero has a son. Uncle Masaru stops mid-sentence while seeing me. Izuku. Hi. It's been quite a while. It's nice to see the two of you again. Both looked at me and went pale as a ghost. Aunt Mitsuki was the first to say something for 5 solid minutes of silence. Why, you're alive. Yeah, I owe that to my mom. She found me on the street when I was 6. I started to cover my scar with my hair while Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru run over to hug me. Izuku, we're so sorry we couldn't find you sooner. Sniffle, we even gave up hope you even survived on the streets. We looked for you the best we could. Can you ever forgive us? I patted their backs while crying a bit myself. It's not your fault. You both did nothing wrong. 46. After a few minutes of crying, the Bakugos offered us to sit on the couch while offering us some tea. When did you and Katsuki meet again? We're actually in the same class in UA. Oh, I see. Aunt Mitsuki smiles before hitting Kachin over the head. What was that for, old hag? That's for keeping this from us. You knew just as much as us how much we all wanted to see Izuku again, yet you blatantly hid it from us. Why? Please don't blame Kachin, he wanted to surprise you. I kinda like your spirit, lady. Reminds me of me when I was younger. Mom smiled while drinking some tea. Why, thank you. Also, thank you for finding these jalapeno mochi. I've always liked them. That we have Izuku to thank. Aunt Mitsuki smiled at this while answering. Thank you, Izuku. Well, I kinda wanted to make sure I brought something you liked. I also found the classic red bean paste ones for Uncle Masaru. And I greatly appreciate it as well. 6. As we continued to talk about things, Uncle Masaru asked a question that's kinda been bothering him for some time. Izuku, I don't want this to come off mean, but what is your quirk? That's rude. I'm sorry if it did sound a little rude. It's not. I'm sure you both are somewhat curious. I cleared my throat while explaining. My quirk is called Pact Leader. It allows me to use the quirks of people who are my friends. In short, it's kinda like how wolves hunt. They may seem to hunt alone to what everyone believes, but they rarely ever do. Mine somewhat falls into that line of thinking. That's amazing. A quirk like that would perhaps even surpass All Might. It's not my quirk that's amazing, it's the quirks of those that are my friends that are. But there are 3 tangents to this working. Both listened carefully as I explained them. The first is the friend part. This is one of the most important aspects of the quirk in general. If I think of someone as a friend and that person thinks of me as a friend, the quirk works. However, it will not work if me or the other person do not think of one of us as a friend. They can be more than a friend, but it won't make the quirk work more than it already does. The second is my body's and the other person's ability to use the quirk. Human beings all have different bodies and they all react slightly different. So let's take Kachan's quirk as an example. If he can shoot off 50 large explosions before feeling a rebound and I can only do 30 until the rebound kicks in, that's what I can do. However, if Kachan could only do 50 and I could do more then, I still can only do 50. I can only do the same or less than the person who has the actual quirk, never more. 1. Seems kinda straightforward. What's the third? The third is this quirk does absolutely nothing to my body to alter it unless it's an aspect of the quirk. So as I mentioned before, Kachan's quirk allows him to have his hands sweat nitroglycerin to make explosions. My sweat glands will be changed to produce that type of sweat, but that's it. His natural immunity to the impact and vibrations the explosions produce was a latent aspect from constantly making them. I don't gain that talent. I could have given a time span of constantly doing what he can, but not off the bat. So your quirk allows you to use a friend's, family members, or lovers to the best of their ability or yours if you can't. It's still an amazing quirk. Uncle Masaru says this as Aunt Mitsuki notices a small case I had. 13. So what's in there? Oh, well don't laugh, okay. I kinda learned how to play guitar and some other instruments since it helps with anxiety for me. Ooh. Can you play something for us? Aunt Mitsuki seems to kinda jump at the question hoping for me to say yes. Well, I guess I can. She starts to shriek while I take out the guitar to start tuning it. Let's go with this one. 9. While playing, Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru seem to enjoy it greatly to a point of starting to clap with the rhythm. They were kinda surprised while I started singing with Kachan pulling out his phone to record me. Once I was done, both Kachan's parents looked like their minds were blown with Mom smacking my back in satisfaction. Nice job, Izuku. You blew their minds into bits. Uncle Masaru was the first to open his mouth at this. Wow. I'm pretty impressed. Fuck impressed, that was amazing. I blushed at this while hiding my scar behind my hair a bit. Thanks. B, but it's really not that amazing. Oh really? Kachan showed me a HeroTube account with each one of the songs on them. I just put on this video a minute ago with it already over 1,000 likes. I looked at the phone while seeing some of the comments. 5. When did you guys? I asked the idiot to send them to me so I can send them to your girlfriends. You can thank the size chick and little mushroom girl for this. Why didn't you just give him Kino or Yui's number to save a trip? Like I'm giving the idiot your girlfriend's numbers. I mean seriously, would you? I think about it a second before answering. You have a point there. Nothing against Kaminari, but he seems to kind of flirt with anything in a skirt. Both me and Kachan laughed while Mom started to get up. Well, it's been fun, but I got a shift tonight for patrolling and I need to get going. I should probably get going too. I spooked a lot of people the other day and I need to repay them. Aunt Mitsuki got up to walk us out while giving me one final hug. If you need anything, tell us. We're here for you, Izuku. I know we weren't before, but we want to help if we can. Even if it's just by the sidelines. 24. I smiled at this while seeing Uncle Masaru behind her giving a nod saying he wanted to help too. In that moment, I started to glow a bit of a yellow and tan color before feeling my face sweat off some strange smelling stuff. I guess I might have gotten your quirk, Aunt Mitsuki. My hand immediately started to explode while rubbing the contents on my sweat in my hand. I guess it wasn't just Mitsuki's, but also mine. I held my hands out while rubbing them to produce some smoke. That is cool. Well, we gotta go. I apologize if we had intervened at all. Not at all, Ms. Miriko. This was a nice visit. You can go ahead and just call me Rumi, Mrs. Bakugo. Please, call me Mitsuki, and thank you, Rumi. We started heading out with pulling my notebook out of my bag to write down Aunt Mitsuki's and Uncle Masaru's quirks and what I can do with them at the moment. I'll start a detailed analysis on what I can do if I stack them on others later. 14. They seem like nice people. Kinda much on the yelling and cursing, but still good people. They haven't changed a bit. When I used to go over, I'd constantly hear them shouting at each other. It sounds bad on the outside, but it's more like their way of pleasant interacting. We kept walking while I texted the girls if they wanted to come over for a movie and some dinner. They immediately said yes with mom patting my head. You've got a good friend Izuku. Bakugo's rough around the edges, but he's got your back. That's something most people don't have. Thanks. He really is a good friend. Izuku paw. A few days had passed with everyone starting to return to normal classes. After obtaining Aunt Mitsuki's and Uncle Masaru's quirks, I started to think of something that got my attention about one of the quirk's natural functions. Thanks to this, I found a way to make something that I wanted to pass on to some of my classmates. Kirishima, Todoroki, I've got something for the two of you. They both walked over to me as I pulled out 2 small travel bottles of clear liquid. What is this stuff? To make it simple, I was able to mix 2 different quirks together and create a special compound I tried on myself that moisturizes skin. I thought since you both have scars like me, the skin around it could get kinda agitated and irritable when it's a dry day. Thanks man, I appreciate it. Kirishima smiles at me while Todoroki walks away with a small thank you coming from him. Did you use my quirk in that equation? Sue asked with me trying to make a comment. The only thing that I did however was nod for her to get a little grossed out. Wait, where'd the second come from? Aunt Mitsuki's quirk Kachin. He seemed to get it with Sue still not exactly fond of the idea of a side part of her quirk being used. Ochako seemed to get it as well with having a bit of a grossed out look as well. Didn't say it was a pleasant thing when you find out how I made it. I sat down waiting for Mr. Aizawa, or his sub to walk in with everyone questioning who's going to teach us. We quieted down the second the door opened to our teacher wrapped in bandages looking in our direction, at least I think he was. 2:17. Are you sure you should be walking around, sir? I'm glad to see you're up and about, but this might be a little too soon. Sue states this uneasily with all of us kinda agreeing with her. My health is irrelevant. Anyway, you all have more to worry about. Everyone held their breath thinking this was going to be another fight like the USJ. The UA Sports Festival is coming up. As if on cue, everyone's fear turned to excitement. As UA students, this will be one of 3 opportunities with one being each year. These are some of the key points where you can make yourself known to the world, so don't waste them. We all began thinking of this with the thought of being scouted echoing in Ochako's mind probably the most out of everyone. In the time I've known her, I found out that her reason to become a hero is to help her parents financially. She didn't think it was admirable, but I understand that the desire to help those who helped you grow up. This could be your big opportunity. A chance to show the world you're coming on the scene and gain money for your family. However, there will be an increase of security because of the attack by the villains. Only authorized personnel will be allowed into the event with more background checks being done. This is to show the world that we've got the situation under control. He neared the end of his speech to give one final bit of information to us. Also, all heroics classes are postponed until the end of the festival. Use the next 2 weeks wisely. Mr. Aizawa left after this with classes beginning like normal. A chance for us to shine. No doubt I need to do something with this opportunity. Time skipped to lunch. We began getting ready for lunch with Kirishima opening the door to the classroom with a bunch of people blocking the way for us. What's going on here? Isn't it obvious shitty hair? They're scouting their competition. Out of the way extras. Can't you be a little nicer to them, Kachin? They're nothing but wimps that'll be fodder when we wipe the floor with them in the sports festival. I didn't know the members of the hero course were this arrogant. A guy with purple hair came over to give us all a plain look. 12. I'm sorry for my friend's rudeness, mister. The man scoffed at me while looking at the class as a whole. That was a little mean. I know we weren't exactly giving the best first impression thanks to Kachin, but that doesn't mean you should be impolite to all of us. Let's make one thing clear, you're not the only ones that wanted to go into the hero course. Many of the people from the other courses wanted to be where you were and could still obtain that role. Wait, what do you mean? I asked the man completely confused while he answered. If someone from another course shows enough merit in the sports festival, then they can be put into the hero course. But for that to happen if the course is full, someone needs to be taken out. This thought worried me with the fact one of us could be kicked out if more than one person from the other courses want to join and do well. We could get away with one person and not have an issue since there's 39 in the course, but they'll fill that gap quickly. 1. Yo Class A. I glanced over to see Tetsu climb over a bunch of students. Tetsu. As of today, Class B declares war on you all. Nothing personal, but that's just how this is gonna go. I started to now worry even more knowing everyone is working to do their best. Subconsciously, I started to pull my hair over my scar scared of what's going to happen. This is getting unsettling. Apparently, this didn't go unnoticed by Kachin who started to blow up from it. Alright, which one of you shit rags messed with him? Fess up now, or I'll fucking murder every last one of you. Everyone started holding Kachin back with the crowd starting to disperse. Just remember, we're not going to hold back our punches Class A. The purple-haired guy left with this said. Everyone's going for the top. What's worse is that we can be pulled from the hero course if we don't stand out enough. This is very unsettling. 13. We started heading to lunch with grabbing our food and sitting down. A lot of worry was in me knowing of the declaration of war from every course and class to us with some of the girls noticing. Izuku, are you okay? Huh, I glanced up to see Yui and Kino look at me concerned. Yeah, you look really nervous shroom. Well, it's just about the whole declaration thing from everyone. It's got me a little on edge. Don't worry about such things Mr. Cottontail. We all immediately stopped what we were doing to glance over to Shiozaki. I have faith in you that everything shall be okay. Believe in that faith and you shall be unmatched. This shocked all of us with the girl being rather straightforward instead of her refined self. You okay there Shiozaki? Itsuka asked this with her face immediately going red. I mean I do not believe you should be worried. That is all I mean. I smiled at this before speaking. Thank you Shiozaki. I appreciate it greatly. She immediately went red before bowing. It is the least I can do for a friend. I could see the red on her face when what she said finally registered with me. 5. She thinks I'm a friend. My body immediately began glowing green before vines started to show up at the edge of the hair on the back of my neck. Hey Izuku, you've got some kind of green vines thing coming out of the back of your neck ribbit. I pulled whatever it was over to realize it was a vine. So this is your quirk Shiozaki. Amazing. On instinct, I immediately pulled my notebook out to write down what it was and a detailed image of Shiozaki as well. So your quirk allows you to make vines grow out of your head. Can you also control them and detach them? If they get cut off, can you regrow them as well? Is there any alterations with them like how you can negate certain things as well? She looked at me confused as I realized what I was doing. Sorry, I got a little carried away. It's quite alright. I can control them and detach them, but I can't control them while the vines are detached at the moment. They can also grow back if I am given enough sunlight and water as any normal plant. My vines are also able to be used as an insulator for electricity. I started writing this down along with a few possible combinations I could use with it. As I did this, we also went over possible training we could do for the next 2 weeks for the sports festival. 9. 2 weeks later, the day had finally come with all of us prepared for what would happen the best we could. Since the events weren't told to us until the day of, we had to prepare for whatever. Usugiyama, can I speak to you for a moment? Todoroki came over with it confusing me a bit. You're by far the strongest here. I'll beat you today. Count this as my declaration of war to you. These were his only words as he walked away. What was that about? I'm with Ochako on this one. Did you piss him off or something? Kyoka stated this with it confusing me even more. As far as I can tell I didn't. We're going on now. Let's put a little hustle in it people. Iida motioned us to start moving with Todoroki's words still confusing me. I didn't do anything to anger him, right? Alright folks, time for the annual UA Sports Festival. First off, we have the group that survived a villain attack. Let's hear it for the hero course's own Class 1A. The crowd roared making me more anxious than I already was. The other classes were called as well with all of us standing in the center of a massive arena. Even though they pulled a lot of people from being able to be here today, there's still a lot of people. I started to hide a little with my hair covering my eye. And now for the first year referee. Everyone please welcome the R-rated hero, Midnight. We glanced over with the image of what the rather obscene-looking hero looked like being engraved into my skull to force my eyes to look somewhere else. 45. Don't look at the sin. Don't look at the sin. Don't look at the sin. And now, we will have the first year representative speak the player's oath for us. Will Izuku Usugiyama please come up on stage? I heard my name with everyone glaring at me. Why am I targeted in this? I started to mentally cry before remembering that mom is somewhere in the city stopping villains. That's right, I need to be strong so I can prove to her I can stand on my own 2 feet. I smacked my cheeks before walking up to the podium feeling like I was going to throw up from my uneasiness any second. I tried to speak, but felt my tongue tied in knots. It's all right dear, just relax and say what comes to mind. Midnight tries to reassure me as I started to take a deep breath in before speaking. 14. Ahem, thank you all for coming here today. It is both an honor and a privilege to be on this stadium today. As a member of this school, I wish for all of you to have the greatest time here as we participate today with hopes of proving something to both you all and us. So as a fellow participant, I wish my fellow student body good luck at each and every event. I bowed at the audience before bowing at everyone behind me. The fact I was willing to bow to them kinda surprised the other courses with only the Monoma guy laughing before a giant hand karate chopping him quiet. I guess I made a good impression. 17. Third person Pav. Izuku walked down from the podium with Midnight walking in front of the mic. Now that that's over, let's begin the first event. A giant roulette spun with a bit of enthusiasm in the R-rated hero's voice. And the first event shall be obstacle course. The reel fell on the event with the students being told what's going to happen. Players shall race around the outside of the stadium while avoiding obstacles we have put out in place for them and return here as quickly as they can. They are able to use their quirks so long as they remain on the path. The first 42 back here first will move on to the next round. The students got in front of the entrance with Izuku thinking of what he should start with. The group in front is definitely going to be a problem. If I don't do something about getting ahead of them, I'll be behind before I could even get out of the stadium. Izuku then realized the 2 walls between to get a gist on what to do. He began growing his ears to show he activated Rabbit, along with a bit of OFA getting ready. Begin. Everyone had darted off with Izuku jumping to the wall. Thanks to this, he was able to unknowingly avoid the first obstacle of getting out of the stadium. Guess I forgot how we came in. When he was out of the walkway, he realized the floor was frozen thanks to Todoroki who was in front with a bunch of robots in front of him that were frozen moments prior. Cake. Izuku made small metal rods no bigger than a small piece of pipe before throwing into a bunch of 0-pointers that were still able to move. Usugiyama, what did you do? Just wait Todoroki. Izuku began using size next for the small rods to grow into large poles that ripped the parts of the robots off. Unbelievable folks. USAGIYAMA and Todoroki has just taken out several 0-pointers with ease. What did you do? I used Yaoyorozu's creation quirk to make things of metal that I can fit in my fingers and then made them bigger with Yui's size quirk. Thanks to just using them one at a time, I was able to avoid doubling the output. But I had to deactivate 2 others I was using before this. Izuku points at his head making it known that Rabbit wasn't active at the moment. 2. Izuku began running again activating Rabbit, once more with only using brute strength to break the 1, 2, and 3 pointers that got in his way. When he approached the second event, Izuku began to hop from one bit of land at a time hoping not to fall. This unfortunately made him lose first to Bakugo and Todoroki who were now in front of him. Unbelievable ladies and gents, USAGIYAMA has just lost first to Todoroki and Bakugo as they near the final event. Izuku saw that the last event was a minefield with Todoroki and Bakugo fighting up front for first. If I use Kachan's quirk to propel myself to them, they'll only attack me. I need an idea. The boy thought of what he had in his arsenal to gain a smirk knowing how to deal with this. Thinking of what he already knew, Izuku held his hands behind him using Bakugo's explosion to move near the 2. When he was directly above them, the greenette deactivated the quirk before activating Shiozaki's quirk, Vines. Hope this works. Izuku detached a few pieces of vine to hit specific areas on the ground near the two for explosions to happen, sending the two back. Now back to explosion. Izuku held his hands back behind him again to force an explosion to propel him out of the minefield and make a run for it. He was able to make it back to the main starting line with ease for the crowd to cheer. And we have our first place winner here, folks. Class 1A's Izuku Usugiyama has claimed first above all in the first event. Izuku looked at the crowd smiling before raising his right arm in the air. I'm going to win and prove to everyone I'm able to become a hero. 13. Meanwhile, in an apartment. 3. Two people who were relaxing on a day off from work, rather irritated they can't get out of a crappy apartment complex, turned on their TV to see the sports festival with an all too familiar boy to them standing as the winner of the first year's first event. As that can't be Inko. Who'd be friends with him to make him have their quirks? The two continued to watch, unsure themselves, with a thought in the back of their heads that this boy may be the son they threw out about 10 years ago. Miriko Pav. Ugh, so boring. I was walking down the street on patrol with it being practically empty. No villains, no robbers, not even a freaking person running a red light. I would have been bored to tears if this wasn't my last round for the next few hours. And the first to cross the field is Izuku Usugiyama. I crossed a TV store that happened to have the sports festival on. The screen showed Izuku standing as first with his fist raised in the air. Hell yeah, that's my boy. Seems you're in a good mood. I glanced over to see the annoying blonde ass come down from the sky. 11. Sigh, what do ya want, you stupid bird? I just was passing by to hear that a certain rabbit's son got first in the first round of the UA Sports Festival. I also came to see if you wanted a date. Oof. I kick him in the gut while not looking away from the TV. Can't a mother be happy of their son's success? He's worked hard. I gotta admit, he is pretty impressive. A quirk like his isn't exactly easy to use. He began smirking at me with my foot being up ready for another kick. You going anywhere with this? I was just wondering if I should put a request for him after all this. Over my dead body. Last time you spoke to him, you tried getting him to make me go out on a date with you while making an 8-year-old say your cheesy pickup lines to me. He held his balls, remembering the iron kick of motherly protection I gave him. Anyway, I'll see you around. I gotta finish this and hopefully see Izuku perform in the third round. If he gets in the third round, I have faith he'll get in the third round. 26. Izuku Pav. After the last person came past the finish line, we started the next event almost instantly. And now, time for the second event. The reel spun again with it stopping on our next event. And the next shall be cavalry battle. Players will be put in teams of 2 to 4 with having a headband of point value due to their position in the last event. The headbands will be a combined number of all the horses' points. And here are the points. The screen showed the point value of every place, with last being worth 5 and the place after being worth 10. Every place after that was an addition of 5 from the last until it reached second and stopped. Wait, then how much am I worth? They put everyone else's on, but why not mine? As for first place, they will be worth 10 million points. The second I heard that, everyone looked at me with determination to claim my headband. Oh snap, I started shaking with covering my eye from the nervousness. You have 5 minutes to make a team, so get going. In fear, I frantically went to find someone to pair with, for most to avoid me. Since it was almost definite I'd be targeted, many didn't want to join me. Izuku. I glanced back to see Kino, Yui, and Ochako smile. Let's team up, Shroom. I began uncontrollably crying, thinking this was a cruel joke. Are you 3 sure they'll be after us cause of my 10 million stupid points? We've been through worse. Besides, we'd rather join with you. The 3 smiled with the act touching my heart. I can't believe I have such kind people like them in my life. Okay, if that's the case, I think I have a plan. They all listened to me as I explained it. It didn't sound like a bad idea, so they were in it completely. Since Kino was rather small compared to all of us, putting her anywhere but the top would hinder us as a whole. Since I've got combat quirks and can avoid being damaged by her mushroom spores, I decided to go in front with Ochako and Yui being the side parts of the horse to play different parts. 5 minutes were up for us with everyone making groups. Everyone ready? Ready. Let's show them what we've got. Woohoo, I'm the queen of the world shroom. Sometimes I think she just likes being small cause she can sit on my shoulders to pretend she's taller than most people our age. Begin. We came directly out with rather fast speeds for a couple Class B people to attack us. This'll be easy. One of them was Monoma, who was rather overconfident with himself attacking us. Yui, do you mind throwing that metal piece I gave you? She agreed with using her quirk on it to make us something similar to a metal wave board without waves. Alright, time for the next part. We changed our position with both Yui and Ochako holding Kino on my shoulders while I created explosions out of my hands to act as our forward momentum. How are you holding up, Ochako? She held a thumbs up with both me and her using her zero gravity quirk on each other while also Ochako used it on Yui. Thanks to this, the only weight we had to worry about was Kino's, who was more keeping us on the ground than anything. Because I couldn't let go of Ochako's quirk though, I needed to be extra careful what quirks I used and for how long. 4. Iceberg Shroom. Kino saw a wave of ice come at us for me to adjust our weight to ride on it and turn to see Todoroki. I'm not gonna lie man, that looked awesome. Kaminari stated this as we found ourselves cornered with nothing we could do. Kino, time for obstacle 2. I wrapped Kino in vines to keep her safe while facing Todoroki. You're not going anywhere, Usugiyama. Todoroki and his group of Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and Iida came at us with trying to cut the vines off with shears Momo made. I stopped them however with making a few explosions in my hands, feeling the effects of the rebound more. Damn it, I gotta find a way around him. I glanced around with his left side not creating fire. Maybe that'll work. Ochako, Yui, we gotta head to his left. Both nod for Kaminari to activate his quirk trying to attack us. This was blocked with Shiozaki's vines quirk for it to hardly do anything. Unfortunately, this left us open with Yaoyorozu cutting the vines a bit, protecting Kino. We tried to get away, but Todoroki froze Yui's feet to the ground. Trying to keep our headband safe, I used explosion to blast the shears away and mushroom to keep Todoroki and his group busy. Meanwhile, I started destroying the ice with Mina's acid quirk first to get a distance away. That was a close one. What's going on out there, Shroom? All I see is a cut in the vines a little. We were in a bit of a jam with Todoroki, but we're okay now. She sighed in relief as we kept heading out of the area. Unfortunately, Todoroki wasn't the only one charging for us. I got you now. Kacchan came barreling at us with his explosions, making us panic a bit. How am I gonna avoid this? Gotta think. My mind immediately went to Kendo with her quirk with Tamaki's. Could it work? Having no time to think if it would or wouldn't, I activated both Big Fist and Manifest as a form of defense. What the? I smacked Kacchan back with a giant fist that had a clam shell cover it. Guess that's something to write down later. Packed move. Big game. I smirked as Todoroki sent a barrage of ice at us again to have us only dodge at the last second. Now I gotta think of how to avoid them. 2. Todoroki came at us with shears yet again thanks to Yaoyorozu. This became an issue now since we were attacked by 2 heavy hitters. It looks like Team Komori is in a bit of a bind. Both teams Todoroki and Bakugo are trying to come at them. We only have less than a minute left, I gotta think of something. Bakugo came at me with only one thought being able to come to my mind to win. Sorry, I used OFA at 5% to smack Kacchan into Todoroki to send both off and into the ground. While they tried to get back, we quickly ran away with Yui nearly falling. Ow, what's wrong? I think the ice made me twist my ankle wrong. You think you can keep going? Not right now. I looked back to see the 2 coming after us again. Damn it, Kino. I'm gonna take the vines off so you can keep all your weight on me. Yui, Ochako, hold on to me. I pulled the vines off quick while the girls did what I said. Now what? Hold on tight. I jumped directly over both teams using OFA and Rabbit, landing directly behind them and running to the other end of the field. Damn it, turn around. 5. We found ourselves in a corner with both Kacchan and Todoroki surrounding us. Guess we've got no choice. We began holding a fighting stance with all 3 of us starting our attack. Time's up. I stopped midway with Todoroki stopping as well. Unfortunately Kacchan was in the air, so he fell face first into the dirt. Alright folks, the winner of the second round is Team Komori, Kodai, Uraraka, and Usugiyama. Second is Team Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Iida, and Kaminari. Third is Team Bakugo, Kirishima, Ashido, and Shiro. And finally Team Shinso, Toga, Ojiro, and Shota in fourth. We'll have a short break for lunch before heading back in for the final round of a one-on-one fight. Me and Ochako released gravity on our team with Yui falling down from the pain in her ankle. I gotcha. I held her arm on my shoulder so she didn't have to put weight on her bad ankle while heading to Recovery Girl to get checked out. 68. After she was dropped off, she said it was a mild sprain that was easy to heal with little issue. Yui was all better in no time with us going to grab lunch. Usugiyama, can I have a word with you? Todoroki stopped us with me looking at Yui. I'll catch up. She left with it just being the two of us heading to an area out of the way. We were silent for a few minutes before I spoke. Do you mind if we hurry this up? I don't mean to be rude, but we won't get anything if we don't grab lunch now. You said you got it while on the streets, how? I looked away while answering. I was in some guy's garbage and he wasn't exactly nice. I'm pretty sure he was drunk when he slashed my eye with a broken bottle he had. I was just trying to survive, but he did what he did. I guess we both didn't have the greatest life growing up. He held his scar before I asked a serious question. Todoroki, why don't you use your fire half of your quirk? You could have taken the vines off much easier if you did. He was silent before speaking. Because I refused to use my father's power. He looked at me while explaining. You're aware of quirk marriages, right? Those were back a few generations ago when people would marry others with hopes of a strong hybridized offspring of their powers, right? Yes, my father did something similar to that by buying out my mother's family for her. He always wanted to become number one. So when he realized he couldn't surpass All Might himself, he decided to find some way to do it with his children. So that's where you come in. He nodded while explaining. Ever since I could remember, my father put me through hellish training along with secluding me and my mother from my siblings. I can barely remember a time when my mother wasn't sad or crying. One night, however, I discovered how deeply her hatred went to a point she broke down and poured scalding hot water over my eye. 12. The fact his own mother did this to him in a broken state scared me to no end. It may have been my mother who gave me the scar, but it would have never happened if it wasn't for my father. Because of that, I refused to use his power. He started walking away with a thought coming to my mind. Hating yourself for what happened in the past won't solve anything, it'll only make things worse. For some time on the streets to when I was just starting to live with my mother, I thought my quirk was despicable and wanted nothing to do with it. I was willing to give up everything I could be today because of that hatred. But because of what my mother said to me, I chose not to. She said that even the most evil quirk could be used for good. It's not where the quirk comes from, it's where the heart of the person using it comes from. Neglecting your quirk is neglecting part of what makes you you. I was sickened by saying this next part, but it had to be said. Like it or not, I come from the Midoriyas as you come from the Todorokis. But we aren't bound by what they are, we're bound by what we are. I choose to be Izuku Usugiyama and use my quirk to make everything my mother did for me mean something. Just because something bad happened to you, you shouldn't forsake who you are for it. You are you, and nothing will change that. 5. I didn't know if my words got to him, but Todoroki began walking away with this in his mind. It's not that simple, Usugiyama. I stood there silently while reassuring myself. It is Todoroki. It is, and I'll prove it to you. I'll make you accept your fire half and prove to you that just because you accept it, you aren't your father. Endeavor is endeavor, and you are you. That's all there is that you should know. I walked into the cafeteria with Yui and Kino saving me a seat along with grabbing me something to eat. Fortunately for me they did this when they did, or I'd have to do the rest of the event hungry. That wouldn't end well for me since I'd need all the strength I had. Once we finished, we went to the field with the final matches being decided. However, Ojiro and Shota from Class B asked to withdraw due to them not being aware of anything in the last event and feeling wrong being here. Because of this, Midnight accepted this with Tetsu and Shiozaki, who were in 5th place, were picked to replace them. Now, here are your brackets. Izuku Usugiyama vs Hitoshi Shinso. Shoto Todoroki vs Honta Siro. Denki Kaminari vs Abara Shiozaki. Tenya Iida vs Kanoko Komori. Mina Ishido vs Himiko Toga. Momo Yaoyorozu vs Yui Kodai. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. Katsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka. 35. So if I win against this Shinso person, I face Todoroki. I glanced at my classmate, determined to prove him wrong. I'll make you see the truth. I'll make you use your fire half Todoroki and prove to you that you're not a slave to your father's lineage. Izuku Pav. I started heading for the seating area, hoping to get some rest and maybe get some help from Ojiro or Shota. As I was about to leave though, Ojiro grabbed my shoulder. We need to talk. Okay. We went to a room where he started explaining what he thinks Shinso's quirk is. So what you're saying is, you began moving without full consciousness after talking with Shinso. I'm not fully sure on the details either, but that's all I can tell you. When I responded to him, it kinda felt like I was in a trance or something. I only came out of it when someone bumped into me, and the fact it's one-on-one means that it's most likely not going to wear off if you need an outside force to change it. Chances are, he needs someone to speak to him in order to be certain they're under his control. If that's the case, then all I have to do is avoid speaking to him during the entire match. It's simple, but putting this into motion is where it becomes difficult. I continued speaking to myself as Ojiro started to get up. Sorry if it's not much. No, it's more than helpful. Thanks Ojiro. You're my friend, so of course I'm going to help. I smiled at him before my body began glowing yellow with a tail coming out of my back similar to Ojiro's that had some green hair on the tip instead of blonde. Seeing it on someone else is kinda interesting. Sorry if it's weird. Not at all. I just hope my quirk does something for you. I'll find a way. 21. 1 hour later, 3rd person Pav. Alright folks, time for the start of the 3rd event. Mike began shouting into the microphone with Miriko sitting in the back row near Yukio. What I miss? Izuku's in the 3rd event with his match being up first. This one's against some guy named Shinso. Sweet. On my left, we've got the man of 1,000 quirks. Class 1A's Izuku Usugiyama. The crowd cheered with many excited over seeing him fight firsthand. And on my right, how did this kid get this far? Class 1C's Hitoshi Shinso. Everyone got ready to see what was about to happen with Shinso beginning to play mind games. That tail guy, he was stupid. To think he'd want to be a hero and be willing to give up an opportunity like this, he's the biggest idiot I've ever seen. Begin. Izuku was enraged hearing this. Don't you dare mock him. Izuku stood completely still as everyone panicked seeing this. Usugiyama has stood still folks. What's going on? Good. Now turn around and walk out of the ring. Izuku turned around with a blank stare on him walking to the end of the ring. 6. Izuku. What the hell are you doing? Stop. Miriko jumped up freaking out as Izuku was unable to control his actions. Come on. Snap out of it. He kept walking with his mind going nuts inside. Stop. He neared the edge of the ring as he was internally screaming to himself. Stop damn it. In that moment, he started seeing 8 shadows in the darkness of the doorway. One of which looked a lot like All Might before a strange surge came through his body. 15. As if someone was controlling him, OFA activated in his body making Izuku flick his fingers on the ground, breaking them and snapping him out of the trance. He was right at the rim of the ring and about to step out if he didn't do this. No way folks, USAGIYAMA stopped right before escaping the ring. How did you break my mind control? Izuku was about to speak, but stopped himself knowing he may not get another chance if he screws up again. He made a dash at Shinso, grabbing the purple-haired boy to push him out of the ring. In hopes to get him off guard, Shinso began shouting things he'd hoped to get the green-haired teen to respond to. You don't get it, do you? You have an amazing quirk that you were blessed with while I had a villain's. You don't get what it's like to start at rock bottom with people looking down on you. I know, damn it. I know what it feels like. Izuku was answering him in his head while constantly getting socked in the face by the insomniac-looking boy. 2. Stomping his feet down, Shinso made a final attempt to stop Izuku. This was met unfortunately with him being lifted up and thrown out of the ring on his butt. Shinso is out of bounds, Usugiyama wins. Everyone cheered with Izuku walking over to Shinso to help him up. You almost had me there. He gave a smile while his opponent got up on his own before walking away. You're wrong about me not knowing what it's like to climb from rock bottom. The only reason I'm here today is because of some amazing people in my life. Shinso looked behind him while giving an irritated look. That's all well and good, but I still lost. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Izuku pointed to the stands where a bunch of pros were talking about how good his quirk would be on the field. Things take time, Shinso. You've opened several doors today, one's bound to lead to what you and the rest of us strive for. But doing it alone isn't gonna get you anywhere. You need to trust people and let them support you. Shinso walked away silent, but genuinely happy with what happened. Izuku followed his lead shortly after going right to Recovery Girl's office to heal himself and hopefully talk to All Might for some answers regarding what happened. Izuku Pav. After having Recovery Girl heal my fingers enough where it won't be an issue going forward, Mom walked in with All Might behind her. She seemed a little angry at me before punching the top of my head. You idiot. Do you understand how scared I was seeing you get that close to losing? Quote. Ow, sorry, but I couldn't take the fact someone insulted a friend of mine. Also, I was able to help Shinso a little in return. So I won and helped someone learn to get stronger that wanted to. I don't think that's exactly an issue. He's got a point, Miriko. Sigh, alright, but what was up with that little thing you did where you subconsciously activated one for all? I glanced at my fingers before answering. That I don't really know. I was hoping to ask All Might about it when I got the chance. Why? I was hesitant to answer before saying it. When I was about to lose, I saw 8 shadows. One looked like All Might with the others new to me. 8 Any chance they were the lingering powers of the 8 users of the quirk? I shrugged at Mom waiting for All Might to answer. A similar thing happened to my master in the past. It's harmless and they don't mean much. Think of them as just something you saw in a moment. Thank you, sir. I bowed to him before hugging Mom to meet up with everyone. 5. Miriko Pav. When Izuku walked out of the room and got some distance away, I glanced at All Might wanting answers. Is it really harmless? I doubt Izuku could use that quirk without consciously choosing to activate it. The blonde remained silent for me to ask another question. Is there more to this quirk than you're letting my son know about? If there is, I need to know. Quote. If I knew exactly what it was, I'd tell him. But it truly isn't dangerous. At least, that's what my master knew. And where is she? He held his head down along with Recovery Girl. At the moment, I'm the only holder that's lived past the age of 30. Every other OFA user had died after being found by our arch-nemesis. I went pale hearing this before grabbing All Might by the collar. And you chose now to say it. Not before my son accepted it. NNGH. To be honest, I thought I finished him off when I battled him some years back. You thought, so whoever this is might still be around. Miriko, please put him down. 1. I tossed the skeleton man on the bed before sitting down. Right now, we're going to discuss everything you've neglected to tell my son. Relevant or not, I need to know just what he's up against for his safety. And if I think you're choosing to keep something out, I'm kicking you in the skull. I cracked my knuckles, proving I'm not bullshitting for All Might to begin. I guess this should start about when quirks started to appear. 1. Izuku Pav. I had finally gotten to the sitting area in just enough time to see Todoroki win his match. To say it was a landslide victory was an understatement. He won with Zero being frozen in solid ice along with half the stadium. The sheer power was enough to send shivers down everyone's spines. When he was announced the winner, Todoroki thawed Zero out with what looked like a pained look on his face. Did something happen? There was a short break after this for all the ice to be taken out, with Kaminari and Shiozaki's match coming next. So who do you think's gonna win this one, Izuku? Mina asked with some excitement as I explained all I knew of the two. Kaminari can be very powerful, but his limits are going to be an issue since he doesn't let himself cool down between attacks. Meanwhile, Shiozaki's vines are able to tolerate electricity as well as detach. On a sunny day like this as well, she's probably at her best. I don't think Kaminari will win this one. As I predicted, Kaminari fried himself before being sent out of the ring by Shiozaki. Sadly, I'm not surprised. This was just a bad matchup on Kaminari's end. 1. The next match was Kino and Iida. Guess this is my cue to head down to the waiting area. Wish me luck, Shroom. I gave her a kiss good luck before seeing Kino run to where she needed to prepare. If I think about this logically, Kino could win if her spores go in the perfect spots to keep Iida from seeing her using his engines. This one is a who's faster match. I sat down waiting for the announcing of them. Third person POV. Alright folks, time for the fourth match of the first round. On my left, we've got the little magic mushroom girl herself. Class B's Kanoko Komiri. Everyone had cheered as Kanoko began making mushroom spores in her uniform to spread prior to the fight. And on my right, we've got the younger brother of Ingenium. Please welcome Class A's Tenya Iida. Iida had gotten in a running stance preparing to end this quickly. Begin. Right off the bat, Iida used his engines to sprint towards Kanoko. She jumped out of the way with him making a stop right at the line to charge again. Again she dodged with breathing in her spores to blow them at Iida. He went directly into them while trying to pick up Kanoko to throw her out of the ring. She failed this time, evading with Iida grabbing her jacket. Time for my backup plan. Kanoko slid out of her jacket thanks to the mushrooms growing inside giving her room. As she came out, more spores came at Iida for him to stop and start coughing. Oh no folks, Iida has stopped in his tracks. Is this some kind of trick of Komori's? ? Wasting no time, Kanoko began blowing more spores at Iida for them to grow all over him and on his engines. Yay, now I can push you out. Kanoko began pushing Iida the best she could, but unfortunately could barely nudge him. She wasn't weak, but she wasn't strong either. For a solid minute, people watched as she kept trying to push the engine quirk user with no avail. Eventually, Iida put his hand up while coughing out. I cough, I surrender. Iida couldn't fight the way he was with the mushrooms almost burying him. Iida has surrendered. Komori wins. Everyone cheered as Kanoko brought Iida to the medical area. If we soak your body in water and have you drink some, that should get rid of the spores, Shroom. Cough, thank you. 10. Izuku felt bad for Iida, but also happy for Kino in a similar fashion of his conflict about who to root for in the match. Next up was Mina facing off against a girl in general studies called Himiko Toga. Since none of them knew her quirk, they assumed it might be a difficult quirk for her to be in the hero course with. Either way, they were in the dark. Alright boys and girls, next match is a tricky one. On my left, we've got the woman of acid herself. Class A's Mina Ashido. And on my right, what's this girl do? Mike looked down before speaking up. Anyway, we've got Class C's Himiko Toga. Toga seemed to not be so proud of how she was introduced, showing an irritated frown on her. Begin. Mina went directly at Toga with some strange goo coming off her. When the goo showed a face, it was Shinso's. So you can slide on the ground. Yeah. Mina stopped in her tracks as the Shinso lookalike smiled. Turn around and leave the ring. Mina did as she was told, with the match being called the second she stepped over the line. Ashido is out of bounds. Toga wins. 12. The crowd cheered as Toga smiled in Shinso's body before jumping for joy. Yay, I win. Immediately after, she started to turn back into her real body with her clothes coming off. She immediately covered herself while shrieking that people saw her naked. What the fuck? This was all Bakugo could say, with Izuku covering his eyes muttering that he saw nothing in hopes to keep his image to the girls safe and without problems. Toga ran out while keeping her clothes where they were to keep herself from being seen. What was that about? Himiko Toga, her quirk is transform. From what it says, she can transform into a person whose blood she drinks. She can also use their quirk apparently. The amount of blood she ingests depends on how long she can hold the transformation, with a full cup lasting a day. The drawback is, as we saw, her clothes come off when the transformation ends. You heard it here folks. Not a bad quirk, but a pretty strange drawback. Everyone in the hero course saw this, with Izuku immediately taking notes on it. If 8 fluid ounces lasts a day, then an ounce should last her 3 hours. If she drinks more than one person's blood, does that mean she can hold 2 transformations? 10. Izuku kept in his rambling while Bakugo makes something rather clear. She's got a good ass, I'll say that. This was met with a fist on the head by Tokage, who came over with Yui. Ow, I'm the only one you can ogle, Sparky. I was just being honest. Anyway, I'll be heading out now. Yui stated this with Izuku kissing her good luck. Few minutes go by with the next match beginning. Alright, now it's time for the 6th match of the first round. On my left, we've got the woman who can create anything. Please welcome Class A's Momo Yaoyorozu. Everyone cheered as she started making a shield for herself. And on my right, a girl that can make even the smallest things a big problem. Class B's Yui Kodai. Yui began pulling off what she could from her PE clothes, such as her zipper and a few buttons on her pants and top. Begin. Yui started throwing what she had for them to become giant objects that had also damaged the ground. The result made rubble she could use. 24. Now's my chance. She charged for the rubble, grabbing whatever small pieces she could. Sadly, Yaoyorozu was waiting for this and met her with a shield to the face. This disoriented her enough for the creation user to shove her out of the ring. Kodai is out of bounds. Yaoyorozu wins. Yui looked down to see she lost, with a bit of disappointment in herself shown. Sorry about that. It was a good plan though. Yaoyorozu gave her a hand up to reassure Yui. Thank you. By the way, could you help me with something later? What is it? Yaoyorozu whispered in Yui's ear for her to nod. That shouldn't be a problem. They walked back to the stands, with the next being Kirishima's and Tetsutetsu's match. Though this wasn't the match that had Izuku worried. The match after theirs was one where he feared. That was where one of his girlfriends was facing off against his childhood friend. Needless to say, Ochako wasn't exactly happy about it either. Third person POV. After a brutal draw between both Kirishima and Tetsutetsu, the match between Bakugo and Ochako had come. Alright ladies and germs, time for the final match of the first round. On my left, we've got the girl who can make anything float. Class A's Ochako Uraraka, and on my right, the man with a quirk that's as explosive as him. Class A's Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo wasn't rather content with what was happening to make it known. Round face. If you're gonna back out, do it now. 'Cause backing out halfway isn't gonna fly with me. Ochako was nervous, but didn't want to make it known. I'm not backing down. I'm gonna win against you, Bakugo. The ash blonde clicked his tongue before speaking under his breath. Rather had ended this right here. Don't feel right doing this to one of Izuku's girls. Begin. 21. Ochako came at Bakugo with him holding his right hand out. Die. He sent a right hook at Ochako, causing an explosion to happen. She saw this coming, but couldn't physically get out of the way in time. I'm not done. She charged back at Bakugo, keeping low to the ground. Too slow. She got another blast to the face, sending her back near the edge of the ring. A dust cloud covered the field, with everyone watching this feeling a bit of unease. How unsettling. The kid knows that holding back isn't a good option. But going this violently at someone doesn't make him look good either. Miriko pointed this out as Yukio was opposed to Bakugo's constant attacks. In the smoke, Bakugo noticed a tint of blue, indicating it was Ochako's uniform. You're not gonna beat me, so give up on thinking. He blasted it, realizing it was only the top of her uniform, with Ochako behind him hoping to touch him to activate her quirk. In retaliation, the ash blonde sent an explosion, causing Ochako to be flown through the air before hitting the ground and rolling a bit. This isn't good. Is she gonna be okay? The girls of Class A and B were worried for the brunette's safety, with Izuku being the more worried. Between the two, this match is easier on Kachan's side. It's an open field, so he doesn't have to worry so much about causing destruction or Ochako having much to use as tactical use. Even if this wasn't the case, her and Kachan are in two different leagues. Izuku's hands clenched his knees with irritation, seeing Ochako be smacked around like a rag doll. Blast after blast, Ochako kept getting hit, with the scene being one-sided. Eventually, a pro couldn't take this anymore to make his voice heard. What are you doing? If you're this much stronger than her, then finish her and stop this. This caused a number of people in the audience to start booing Bakugo, with Mike somewhat agreeing. This was stopped however when Izawa grabbed the microphone to speak. Who started this? If you're a pro, then leave now. If Bakugo being violent with Uraraka is all you're getting out of this, you better think of a new career. In the real world, there is no room for carelessness or weakness. He's giving it his all and taking her as a threat because he wants to win. If he didn't think her a serious threat, he would have knocked her out of the ring already. 7. The hobos got a point. Excuse me, Miriko points up for Yukio to notice. Meanwhile, Izuku began to realize the lack of debris considering the amount of damage on the stadium to understand as well. There's more to this. Ochako stood up holding her fingertips inches from each other. Thank you Bakugo for not holding back. Because of that, I've won. I'm disappointed in that one pro's lack of acknowledgement. As heroes, we need to keep an eye on our surroundings. The constant blasts were just Ochako's way of gaining ammunition for a final attack. Everyone looked up to see an immense amount of debris held up in the air by Ochako's quirk. Bakugo never realized that he was just playing the part he had to in this. Miriko smirked as Ochako released her quirk's effects to send all the debris falling. Now's my chance. I'll win and be just like Izuku. Bakugo held his arm up to release one final blast above him to destroy everything. The act sent Ochako flying and gave a massive amount of force for everyone in the stadium to feel. Seeing her final effort fail, Ochako went pale seeing all her hard work go away in one blast. I'll admit, that was pretty badass of an idea on your end. Unfortunately, that failed. He got into a stance before smirking. Let's keep this going Uraraka. Ochako was beginning to feel the drawbacks of her quirk losing the ability to stand upright. That was all I had. Her mind started to remember the promise she made to her family about growing up and gaining financial support for them. This was her drive and she wanted nothing more than to help her family live an easy life. Years of hard work spent leading to this goal would mean nothing if she gave up now. I can't give up. I gotta keep going. 1. She struggled to get on her feet while keeping a determined look. I won't lose. If I do, I can't help my family. I'm gonna win for them. I'm gonna win to prove myself. She began running with Bakugo preparing for another attack. But as he was going to, he noticed something about Ochako to stop. She lost her ability to fight and fell to the ground. Struggling to stand up, she began fighting with all her might to face Bakugo again. This ended with her passing out and Midnight running over to check on her. Uraraka is unable to continue. Bakugo is the winner. The crowd was silent with the ash blonde not too thrilled of how he won either. To him, this victory tasted bitter to not enjoy it in the slightest. Izuku began to get out of his seat to make sure Ochako was alright. Kanoko, Yui, Mina, Su, Yaoyorozu, Shiozaki, and Kendo joined him to only pass Bakugo clearly pissed off walking up the stairs. 4. Izuku, did you put that crazy idea in her head? Izuku didn't answer to only irritate Bakugo more. He grabbed the hem of his collar to pick him up. Did you? ? I didn't. If you're this ticked off, then it's because of Ochako and her plan alone. I might have thought a similar plan with her quirk in mind, but I didn't give her that idea. She came up with it all on her own. Bakugo let out a sigh before letting Izuku go. I didn't like doing that. Might as well let you know. He walked away with Izuku smiling a bit. They continued to walk towards the infirmary to see Ochako sitting down smiling. Ochako, you're okay. Yeah, recovery girl patched me up enough so I can still watch. She said this with a bandage on her cheek pointing it out. You seem a little. Not what I'd expect from losing. Yeah, I guess I wasn't ready to beat Bakugo. I didn't have anything after that move. I was so close too. She stated this by punching the air in frustration. Izuku noticed she was holding back sadness to hug her. Izu, it's okay. You don't need to be strong right now. Nobody understood before hearing Ochako silently sob into Izuku's chest. Sniffle, I was so close. I couldn't win and be scouted. I failed my parents. It's okay Ochako. You did everything you could. This also isn't the last chance you have. There's 2 more times you can show what you are to everyone. Even now, You proved you had the will to not back down even against Kacchan. To me, that's proof you're strong. She continued to cry into Izuku for a few more minutes before slowly stopping to hug Izuku. Once she calmed down, Izuku was called out to the stadium to have his match with Todoroki. When he walked to the field, the flame hero Endeavor stood in his way, making him panic a bit. Endeavor, huh, it's the rabbit's son. He seemed to be rather unamused with Izuku before grabbing him. Listen here kid, you're going to help my son out of this little rebellious phase of his. Izuku was appalled at how blatant of a comment was made by his classmate's father. You will be a perfect test subject to see how far he has left to become my successor. Izuku held his tongue through most of this, but spoke after hearing the last bit. Todoroki isn't you, he's his own person sir. If he wants to become your successor, then that's fine. But he doesn't, so please don't force this upon him. He walked away with Endeavor slightly irritated at the comment. 7. Alright folks, time for the first match of the second round. On my left, we've got the boy who believes in the power of friendship. Class A's Izuku Usugiyama. The crowd cheered for Izuku as he entered the stadium. And on my right, he's the son of the number 2 pro hero. Class A's Shoto Todoroki. Both prepared for their fight with Izuku activating only OFA. Begin. Todoroki sent a barrage of ice at Izuku for him to use his leg to shatter it and send a small shock wave. This pushed Todoroki back a little, but not significantly. At max in a given time, 20% can only be done for a few seconds before I feel the side effects. If I'm gonna do what I need to for Todoroki, I'll need to keep cautious of that. Todoroki sent another wave of ice at Izuku again for it to be countered once more by another kick. I gotta think and keep my focus. 13. As the blasts from Todoroki and Izuku kept going, Miriko watched carefully to try and find a reason Izuku's only using one quirk. That boy is quite the rebellious one. I don't understand how you can put up with it. She looked over to see Endeavor take a seat next to both her and Yukio. What did Izuku do? The brat dared make a mockery of my masterpiece and his purpose. You mean your son? Endeavor only nods for Miriko to get an idea now. So you're doing this to help the Todoroki kid. I can see why with how Endeavor stated what the boy was in his eyes. Izuku kept the attacks up before feeling muscles in his legs cramp up. Why aren't you fighting me with all your quirks? Because you won't do the same. It isn't fair if I fight you for real and you don't. Someone could get hurt. This comment angered Todoroki for him to send more ice at Izuku. He changed up his game to use his fist instead of his leg to shatter the ice. This however was a diversion to get beside Izuku. Unknown to Todoroki, Izuku had 8% OFA in his foot to kick him back. 3. I'm not going to be knocked down so easily. To beat me, I want you to use all you've got. Izuku came at Todoroki with him trying to freeze Izuku on impact. This ended with Izuku going to Todoroki's left side to knee him a distance. I understand wanting to have the people who hurt your ability to trust people punished, but doing this is only hurting yourself. We're all here because we're giving it our all. So when you're only giving it half what you can, it makes us all seem worthless as a group. ... My father put you up to this, didn't he? If he did, I'd tell him to piss off. I'm doing this to help you. I'm fighting Shoto Todoroki, not Endeavor. Izuku ran up before kneeing the bicolored teen in the gut, getting his attention. Unless you give me everything you've got, I refuse to show you everything I have. The act seemed to get everyone rattled, with the members of the hero course confused beyond belief. Why isn't Izuku using his full power shroom? Knowing him, there's got to be a good reason. Yui and Kanoko began questioning this. Something tells me it's something revolving around icy hot. Bakugo's comment made them question before Iida explained. From what Todoroki had explained, he never uses his fire half in combat. It is a personal issue. From what Bakugo is saying, I believe Usugiyama is trying to force Todoroki to use his fire half. Why though? I don't understand why Izuku would be so willing to force Todoroki to use it ribbit. Knowing him, it's gotta be something good. Bakugo watched closely, noticing Todoroki become significantly slower. Is his body slowing down because of the frost on him? Maybe it's like a video game where your MP gauge determines how much you can use. As they saw this, Izuku kept kicking Todoroki, forcing him to use his fire half. One kick in particular hit with a solid thud after being frozen in ice. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. We all have dreams we want to come true, but not all of us could succeed today to make it. It's because of this that I'm going to win against you. Todoroki started to remember a talk he had with his mother about his lineage and what he wanted to be. In that moment, his left side began to burst into flames. The stadium saw a raging inferno come off the boy with Endeavor shouting in satisfaction. Yes, Shoto, have you finally accepted your purpose of becoming my successor? The flaming hero walked down for both heroes he was sitting beside to roll their eyes at him. I can't believe I'm under such a douche. The frost on Todoroki began to melt with a smile being on Izuku's face. You must be crazy, smiling like that in this situation. Don't blame me for what comes next. You aren't a slave to your lineage. His mother's words echoed inside his mind, making the bicolored teen smile. I guess it would only be fair for me to take you seriously. Izuku activated OFA, Rabbit, Harden, Explosion, and Wave Motion, together to create one final move. Packed move, Luna Stampede. Izuku used Wave Motion and Explosion to propel him forward with OFA and Harden, keeping his foot as solid as a rock. Meanwhile, Todoroki sent a barrage of ice with his one hand going supernova. 3. Midnight, stop the match. One of them could get hurt. Cementos and Midnight attempted to stop them, with it being in vain. Both attacks collided with a massive explosion happening. This is crazy. What's happening? Damn Izuku, you and the Todoroki kid are freaking awesome. Miriko started laughing at the marvel in front of her, with Yuku thinking her friend was nuts. As the smoke began clearing, Midnight looked around to try and get an understanding of what the aftermath had done. She noticed Todoroki in the wall with a noticeable impact. Todoroki is out of bounds. Usugiyama wins. Izuku stood up with a broken leg before collapsing to the ground. As he did, a smile was on his face, knowing he helped his friend get over his mental hurdle. I did it. I helped Todoroki. Shoto Pav, 15. What happened? I started waking up with a splitting headache, smelling disinfectants. Did I get sent to the nurse's office? Let's see. I was fighting Usugiyama with my left half activating an Usugiyama. I sat up immediately, seeing over to notice the 6th pro hero Miriko and the 9th pro hero Yuku in the recovery room. The earlier, however, was strangling Usugiyama for some reason. You idiot. Do you understand how reckless that was? Question mark. You could have gotten hurt. Hack mom, you're chalking me. I can't breathe. Usugiyama began saying this through a shortage of breath before Miriko dropped him. Serves you right. Do you understand how scared me and Ryoko were? We saw you break your leg and freaked at the sight. To be fair, Rumi did most of the freaking out in the stands when she saw you with a broken leg. Aren't you supposed to back me up on this? I'll back you up if you show reason for me to. 8. I couldn't hold the urge to stifle a laugh anymore and began snorting to gain their attention. Todoroki, are you okay? Yeah, just a bit sore. Better than this idiot. Recovery girl has him put a brace on his foot and wrap his leg just so he can continue the matches. The rabbit hero points this out while Usugiyama gets out of bed to walk over to me. I'm sorry if I pushed you a little too far, Todoroki. I just wanted to help you understand that you aren't trapped in the cycle you think you are. He seemed to be concerned about me, with the understanding that Usugiyama truly worried about my well-being. It's fine. I think I needed that push. Miriko walked over to smack my back with a smirk. You're a good kid. Izuku worried about you enough to only use one quirk against you to prove you're not helping yourself. Idiotic in my point of view, but I get where he was coming from. When I first met him, he was ashamed of his quirk like you. I think seeing that inside you made Izuku want to help you more. 1. Miriko gave one solid punch to Usugiyama's head before continuing. Though being reckless isn't something I like from him, and he knows that. ... Sorry. The small family started laughing a bit, making me realize just how nice they truly were. Usugiyama, I'm sorry if I came off very cold to you since we've met. I shouldn't have been, and I apologize for it. I bowed to him with my classmate seeming rather uneasy of something. Todoroki, Would it be a problem if we became friends? I started to look at him confused before asking. I thought we were already friends. He stopped to look at me seriously before asking. Why you thought of me as a friend already? I nodded with his body glowing two different colors. His left half glowed red, and his right glowed silver. What was that? Immediately after, Yusugiyama's left side started catching fire and his right was beginning to freeze. Ah, it burns and it's cold. He fell to the ground attempting to stop, drop, and roll, making all of us laugh a little. Try focusing on your normal body temp, you'll get better control over it like that. He followed my advice to stop freezing and initiating a spontaneous combustion. Cool, Todoroki, your quirk is amazing. I smirked hearing this as we continued watching the matches on the screen. 12. Time skip to the final round, third person POV. After the second round of matches, Izuku found himself facing Shiozaki, who won against Kanoko, who just couldn't get near her with vines blocking her path. Alright folks, time for the first semi-final match. On my left, we've got the boy who believes in the power of friendship. Class A's Izuku Yusugiyama. The crowd cheered for Izuku as he activated Rabbit, showing off his ears to Shiozaki. And on my right, the woman of the holy vine herself. Class B Zabara Shiozaki. She got into the ring with Izuku, not feeling so comfortable facing her. Just letting you know, I'd rather not fight you. Shiozaki started praying and speaking to herself as the sound to start the fight rang. Begin. Izuku saw the vines on her hair go down into the ground to force Izuku to glide through the air with wave motion, before activating half hot, half cold, to freeze the ground below him and Shiozaki. Her feet couldn't move and her only defense on the vines on her head. 17. Seems Yusugiyama has the ability of his former opponent Todoroki. Is this the end of the line for Shiozaki? Give up and we can let this end without an issue. I really don't want to hurt you. Shiozaki refused to start attacking Izuku with the vines she had left. They were quickly stopped by Izuku producing some rope from Yaoyorozu's creation ability before tying Shiozaki up and making her unable to fight anymore. Shiozaki is unable to continue. Yusugiyama wins. Midnight shouts this as the crowd cheers at the fact Izuku won the match. He quickly thawed out Shiozaki's legs before apologizing and saying he didn't mean to freeze her legs in a mean fashion. She accepted this on the condition that she'd be able to go on a date with him when the sports festival finished. Izuku said that he had to make sure it was okay with all the other girls before agreeing. Knowing where this is coming from, the Vine Maiden didn't cause problems knowing she wasn't the first to want to be with Izuku. Because of this, Izuku had obtained a kiss from Shiozaki, making his face blush in embarrassment. 9. The two walk back to the stands with the crowd hooting at them after the little display of affection they had witnessed. Once they returned to the stands, Izuku was tackled by both Kanoko and Yui, who start punishing him for his recklessness. Yui was grabbing his shirt collar to shake him around while Kanoko started punching his stomach. "You idiot, this is what you get, shroom." Everyone was rather surprised seeing the relatively calm and happy duo attacking and acting in a violent nature to Izuku. The next time you wanna do something so reckless, don't think that you'll get away with just a broken leg. Kanoko began to cannonball on Izuku's stomach in agreement. "Yeah, shroom, we were scared for your safety." Feeling them punch and shake the greenette around didn't exactly hurt, but he understood where they were coming from. He glanced over to see others worried for him, like Ochako, Su, Kendo, even Bakugo, who tried to hide it but was genuinely worried for his childhood friend. "I'm sorry. I didn't think that through enough and made you all worry. I'll make sure to avoid that happening again." 1. He got back up to sit down near the front looking at Yaoyorozu and Bakugo. "Seems you two are next." Yaoyorozu had achieved a victory over the girl in general called Toga, who couldn't exactly win against her even though she had above average reflexes. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Kirishima's match went as Izuku expected. Since Bakugo would gain more momentum as the match went on and Kirishima would slowly have his stamina drained until he couldn't harden anymore, it was unfortunately bad planning on the latter's part, having only defense to rely on. "Guess we gotta get heading down there." Bakugo left with Yaoyorozu awkwardly sitting near Izuku. "If you want to have Izuku notice you as a woman, show him that you're interested." Yaoyorozu thought of Yui's suggestion before quickly hugging Izuku for a few seconds and running to the waiting room. What was that about? Jiro questioned until she noticed Izuku beat red with steam coming off his head. Dude, he collapsed after this with Yui watching over the wall. Good thing she took my suggestion to heart. She high-fives Kanoko before sitting back down to watch. 18. On the field. Alright folks, time for the second semi-finals match. On my left, we've got the woman that can make anything. Class A's Momo Yaoyorozu. And on my right, the explosive boy himself, Katsuki Bakugo. Momo started making a staff while Bakugo stretched his arms out holding them in a pose to send him forward when he was able to begin. Right off the bat, Bakugo came at Yaoyorozu sending a blast with his right hook. Unlike Ochako, she was able to dodge it and give the ash blonde a smack to the side. This was not as strong as she'd wish it to be, however, since Bakugo used his explosions at the last minute to propel him back enough where it would only do about half the damage it would where it connected. And we're off to a strong start. Looks like Bakugo won't be getting near Yaoyorozu anytime soon. Feeling confident, Yaoyorozu began running in with Bakugo slamming his hand on the ground to cause a massive explosion, destroying the ground and forcing the dark-haired girl to pull back. 1. I guess long distance is the only way to handle him. She noticed a shadow in the dust cloud that was made when the ash blonde attacked to strike at it. This was a ploy, unfortunately, with it being the top half of his uniform. Yaoyorozu was pulled into the smoke after by the metal pole. She had to see the explosive teen with a smile on his face. This match is mine, Ponytail. No hard feelings. She braced herself for the attack that was coming with two shields she made as Bakugo shot an explosion off at her in point-blank range. Die. The impact make Yaoyorozu be sent some distance before roiling on the stadium ground until she passed the line of bounds. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Bakugo wins. Yaoyorozu heard this to begin punching the ground under her in agitation, knowing she fell for such a simple diversion. If it makes you feel any better, I fell for the same lame-ass trick with Uraraka. Also, those reflexes of yours pissed me off. I had to think around them. The young creation user thought of this before smiling. That is the best of a compliment I can get out of you, is it? Screw off, Ponytail. She started to laugh as Bakugo gave a hand to help her up, still a bit irritated. I get why Usugiyama likes him. He isn't a bad person at heart, but just can't show it so well. 14. After witnessing the match, Izuku walked down to the waiting room to prepare for his match against Bakugo. When he was called, his mother was waiting near the entrance to the stadium to give a final pep talk. This is it, Izuku. Time to get the gold. He smiled at her before nodding. Miriko walked to Izuku's side to pat his head. Even if you don't win, you're still a winner in my book if you give it the best you've got. The young brunette knew this and wanted to still win for both his and his mother's sake. I'll see you later. Rooting for ya. Izuku walked out to the stadium with Rabbit active. Alright folks, time for the final match in the sports festival. On my left, we've got the man who's sporting quite the pair of green rabbit ears. Class A's Izuku Usugiyama. And on my right, we've got the walking detonator himself. Class A's Katsuki Bakugo. So what's with activating that quirk first off? Bakugo asked this while preparing to fight. My journey started when my mother found me and proved I wasn't alone. It's only right I show where my roots began. Bakugo smirked before they got the all clear to start. Begin. Izuku bounced up high to send a stomp down on the ash blonde. He dodges last second to create an explosion, keeping Izuku away from him. And we're off to an explosive start with Usagiyama keeping Bakugo on edge. What's gonna happen next? Bakugo came charging at Izuku for him to dodge before giving Bakugo a kick to the side and adjusting his direction to send another kick to his stomach. This was caught, however, by the ash blonde, who went to throw Izuku out of the ring but knocked Bakugo's jaw to force him to let go. Both take a stance back before charging at one another again. The cycle continues with hand-to-hand, this time with Izuku using feet though instead. This just turned into an all-out brawl. Both are neck and neck, not wanting the other to get the better of them. This match is going to the dogs, or dare I say rabbits in this case. Bakugo landed a solid punch on Izuku's weak side where his leg wasn't fully healed from the match against Todoroki, making the greenette wince in pain. This gave him the opportunity to flip Izuku and slam him into the ground. As he tried to recover from the pain, Bakugo tried to send an explosion at Izuku's face, forcing him to roll out of the way. Both stood up on their feet as Izuku put himself in a fighting stance again while Bakugo cracked his neck waiting for the next move. "Izuku, let's give a final push, okay? I want to see what you can do with what you've got. Sorta like a, you give your best move and I give mine, situation." "Fuck yeah." Bakugo began jumping up and creating a massive whirlwind of smoke and explosions. Izuku had begun hardening his hand with Kirishima's quirk before using Tetsu's hardening to create a double dose of endurance along with growing his hand with Kendo's big fist quirk. He then added wave motion to force a wave of energy behind to add a little more forward momentum. Once that was done, Izuku added Todoroki's half hot, half cold to make the area ridged and impede Bakugo's explosions a little. To add the final touch to it, Izuku used OFA at 67%, which was the highest percentage he could with electrification, causing more damage when it impacted. Howitzer. Packed move. Impact, strong arm. Both connected, causing a massive explosion almost double the intensity as the one from Izuku and Todoroki's fight. Smoke covered the arena with both shadows of Izuku and Bakugo standing. One had bent over with the other still standing straight. As the dust settled, Izuku was barely able to stand with Bakugo motionless while he stood. Something seemed off and caused Midnight to walk over. When she realized what it was, she called the match. "Bakugo has lost consciousness. Usagiyama is the winner of the first-year sports festival." Izuku held his fist up as the crowd cheered for him. 11 Sometime later, with the Midoriya's 3 as the two watched the awards be given out, they took note of the first-place winner and freeze the frame when it was a close-up to his face. "Is that Izuku?" Hisashi looked closer before smiling. "So the kid's alive after all. He's also rather strong." Inko leaned over a little disappointed in herself as her husband began smiling and laughing, knowing he may have a chance for an easier life. "I wonder if we can get in on the glory if we're the parents of the sports festival winner?" Inko wasn't fully paying attention since she had grown a bit of guilt over the years kicking Izuku out at the age of 4. Because of this selfish decision, she lost her friend Mitsuki, she was threatened by a pro who found him, she even fell into depression and lost her job, having to take a convenience store one just to help make ends meet. Unlike Hisashi, she realized how selfish their actions were and felt disgusted with herself for it. "Izuku, I'm so sorry." Izuku Pav. 5 The day after the sports festival, Yui told me that her and a few of the girls wanted to hang out. Apparently, one of them asked her if she could during the festival, as she says, and another asked shortly after. Keeping myself from looking a little mean, I asked Yui if it would be fine if Shiozaki tagged along as well. She didn't have an issue since Najire wanted to join as well. To be honest, I'm a little happy she did since I haven't gotten the chance to really talk to her during the time before the sports festival. "I'm heading out, Mom." I called my mom, who was training a bit in the indoor gym we had on a punching bag. "Awesome. What are y'all gonna do with your dates today?" "Well, Shiozaki likes bookstores and bakeries, so I thought of going and trying that new bread shop and heading to the library. After, I was thinking of doing that tea shop Yui and Najire liked and going from there depending on who the other two she invited were." Mom punched the bag one last time, sending it a distance before smirking at me. "Look at you, making plans for your little harem, haha." I started to blush a bit as Mom kept laughing at me. To be honest, I didn't feel as bad when the punching bag came to hit her in the face. Well, I guess karma won with this one. Anyway, later. 3 I went out of the house to walk towards the train station. There, I met Yui and 2 of our classmates who were dressed in rather nice attire. "Yaoyorozu. Kendo." I glanced at them, seeing Yaoyorozu on a nice dress shirt and some black skin-tight pants, while Kendo had a white dress that went down to her knees and a biker's jacket on. "Hey Usagiyama. Nice job yesterday winning the sports festival. It's nice to see you as well, Usagiyama." I glanced both down a bit, realizing that both were wearing outfits that really emphasized their already womanly charm, to the point I couldn't help but turn beet red. Is it weird what I'm wearing?" I'm pulled out of my thought process to hear Kendo ask this. "No, you both look very pretty." I tried averting my eyes to see Yui in a yellow top that covered down to her belly button and some red short shorts to begin getting a nosebleed. Seems Izuku likes our attire. Now let's go get Najire and Shiozaki. The train started to pull in for us to begin boarding. This is going to be a tough day for me. 4 Miriko Pav. After Izuku left and I finished my workout, I decided to grab some grub before getting a call from the stupid bird. Dude, get the message. I'm not interested in dating a wuss like you. Oh come on Miriko, just lighten up a little. If you don't, your son's gonna look like he's got more game than you. I rolled my eyes at this before answering. The last thing you said to my son was what you wanted to do sexually to me. As far as I care, you can lose your dick to a rabid dog for all I care. Ouch. I started to hear a knock on the door to walk over. And another thing Hawks, stop sending me lingerie, that's fucking creepy. I thought the black suited you nicely. I'm hanging up now. I dropped the call to open the door. Hell. Once I opened it, I saw 2 faces that I wished I'd never see again for as long as I lived. Fuck. Hello there Miriko. Is Izuku around? Midoriya's. I remained silent while watching both of them for any form of action. The asshole, father, was holding a cocky grin on his face, while the woman was rather self-restraining for some reason. 15. What do you want? We just want to see our son. Right Inko? He jabbed the bitch's arm for her to slowly nod. Well that sucks for you. Izuku's out right now on a date with a couple hot chicks. That's okay, we can wait. These 2 didn't go anywhere for a solid minute and just lingered by my front door. You haven't seen Izuku for years and didn't give a shit that he was in the ICU. Why do you care now? Because we wish to make amends with Izuku as his parents. I stopped for a minute before shouting at them for using the word, parent, to describe them. I'm not having this argument here. I'll listen to what you gotta say inside, but it better be good. I opened the door for them with the jackass father walking in with pride. Pompous prick. For some reason though, the woman seemed a little hesitant to come in. Sorry for intruding. And here I thought my biggest issue was dealing with the idiot that has his brain between his legs today. What else can make this day become a shit show? 5 After shutting the door, I walked to the kitchen table where they were sitting. So, why come into his life now? I sat with one leg over the other as the prick started to speak. We feel absolutely horrible for what we did to Izuku and wish to make it right. If you allow us to take him back, I can tell you that we will do right. For who? Excuse me. I corrected myself as I pointed out the obvious. You want to do right, but is it for you too or Izuku? Please let me explain. We only want to take Izuku back and help with pulling the issue of taking care of a teenager off of you. The same teenager that you didn't have a problem with throwing on the streets at the age of 4 that had a weak quirk as you call it. But things will be different now. How? The prick was searching for words to explain before coming up with an argumentative point. He's our son. That means we should decide what is best for him. You lost that privilege when you kicked Izuku out. 5 I couldn't hold my anger in anymore to stand up in anger. Do you even realize how many issues you gave him for just throwing him away like garbage? I found him crying in a pile of trash trying to hide from the world. He was lucky he still had his eye at the end of this. The amount of emotional issues he has is so messed up, that he feels as if people are judging him on his scar whenever he walks out to the public. Yet after all the issues you've given him, all the pain, you still think you have the fucking right to call yourselves his parents. That's bullshit. Oh yeah, well we're his parents by blood. All you are is just a cheap imitation of us that the kid made when he had nothing. I'd rather be the imitation if you're the best example of a biological parent. I wasn't losing my ground on this matter and wanted nothing more than to kick the guy in the face. Only thing stopping me was the negative backlash that would happen for Izuku. Izuku is happy and healthy right now, no thanks to either one of you, and I plan to keep it that way if I can help it. And if you dare think for a second that I'll let you both take away his happiness, you better hope I missed leg day that day. I stomped on my seat to have it shatter in a million pieces. Now get out. The prick looked at me in anger before leaving in a huff. This isn't over. Izuku is our son and we'll fight for him if we have to. Funny that you only do that now when he's got everything going for him. Later, you piece of shit. I slammed the door in their faces before seeing my phone go off again. Hello. I answered in anger before hearing Ryuko on the other side. I didn't know you were this angry right now. Is everything alright? Why yeah. Sorry Ryuko. What's up? I was going to ask if you wanted to grab lunch, but if it's too much of an issue then I won't push it. I remembered what Izuku said about his plans to agree. I don't see why not. I want to make sure something doesn't happen also. I'm not letting those bastards mess with Izuku's head. 10 Izuku Pav. After meeting up with Shiozaki and Najire, we decided to head into town to stop at a bookstore that had quite the selection. Inside, Shiozaki and Yaoyorozu found a book or two they liked and decided to get it. Since we were technically on a date, I paid for them as well as carried them. The next stop on our little journey was a motorcycle expo that Kendo seemed to enjoy. From what she explained, she's always enjoyed them and was sorta picked on for being a bit tomboyish. I honestly found this rather interesting about her. Even though she was judged for it, Kendo never let what others say bring her down. To some degree, I found it a little inspiring to say the least. After this, we decided to check what movies were playing to only find that none of the good ones were going to start until later. With this, we decided to stop at the tea shop I planned to bring the girls to as somewhere that I knew Najire and Yui would like. 5 As we entered inside, the cashier remembered us to smile. It's nice to see you three again. Where's your smaller friend? She said she had a family thing today and couldn't hang out with us. Yui answered the cashier as she led us to our table. While there, a waitress came to give us menus before giving us time to look at them. They seem to have a nice selection of tea here. Yeah, it's a really nice shop. Najire answered with her natural bubbly attitude before the waitress came back. What can I get you 6? I'll take a black coffee. Jasmine tea for me. Some Earl Grey would be lovely. I'll get a sweet tea. I'll have green tea. Can I get a green tea as well? The waitress had our orders placed down before something caught my eye. You have a special going on? Why yes, you can opt to get a small set of mochi or a small muffin with your tea for a little extra. I glanced at everyone who nodded. Can we all do that? Sure. Once she got our order finished, she left to give it to the back to handle. So Midoriya. Could you play something for us? Yaoyorozu seemed a little uneasy about answering. Actually, I suggested this place for that as one of 2 reasons why. I was a little happy before pulling my guitar out of my case. So what do you girls want to hear? Oh, maybe something from the West. Western huh? I think I have something. I started to tune my guitar before starting to strum. 6 As the song began to reach the vocals, Kendo and Yaoyorozu started to go wide-eyed watching me play. People around us started to tap their feet to the rhythm a bit in satisfaction with what they were hearing. When I was singing, I glanced at Yui and Najire with it being almost as if I wanted to have them answer the lyrics. Eventually, the song came to its end with everyone in the shop clapping. That was awesome. The shop owners let you do this, sorta. It's more like they want people to enjoy their time here and are willing to let me play for it. Could you sing something else? Perhaps something unique. Yaoyorozu had stars in her eyes as she questioned me. Sure. Let's see. What's unique? I began remembering a song that I found online to sing. This one's a little embarrassing to sing, but I'll try to do it the best I can. 13 When I began to strum, everyone listened carefully as I started to sing. The first verse wasn't that hard since it wasn't exactly strange. Once the second verse came, let's just say I felt very uncomfortable singing since it was kinda sensible. I tried to ignore this and shut my eyes so I didn't have to see anyone that might be unsettled for me to sing it. Once the end came, I opened my eyes again to see the girls a little flushed from what they heard. Sorry, that one was kinda stuck in my head in it. I'm sorry for having you hear that. I couldn't say anything else other than that before seeing some people I wish I didn't walk into the shop. Oh no, I started to shake a little seeing my old parents in the shop. Izuku. Are you okay? Yui tried to help me, but I was starting to feel bad memories crawl inside my head. Do you mind if I sing something a little personal? None of the girls argued as I started playing. 3 As I played, my mind went to the days before I was kicked out of my parents' house. For the most part, they weren't bad with them seeming to act like any other parent would to my knowledge. When the memory of my diagnosis with my quirk came, the image of them kicking me out came in. While singing, I started to feel something fall on my hand to notice it was a tear. I was unintentionally crying. When the second verse came, My memories on the streets came with the images of how cruel some people were. I'd try and get help from people that passed by, but none wanted to. When I began trying to rummage through garbage just so I could eat, the thought of the cut I had came in with all the pain and red I would see. My mind finally came to the night I could barely move anymore, to the point I laid down and was prepared to die. When I stopped strumming, everyone looked at me amazed I played what I did. Izuku. Are you okay? Najire looked at me with sympathetic eyes as I tried to convince her and myself that I was. Why yeah. Just a bad memory in me. That was kinda deep. Didn't know you had something like that in you. I nodded at Kendo, not realizing I had that in me either. I started to feel arms wrap around me, to notice Yui and Shiozaki hugging me. If it's something you want to talk about, we're here. It's okay to tell us what you feel, Mr. Cottontail. We won't judge. I tried to not bring them into this, but one of the two people I'd rather not deal with right now walked directly up to our table to smile. Well, if it isn't Izuku. How have you been, son? I glanced up to give a weak smile. Hey Dad. Long time no see. Yui and Najire glanced at Dad with an evil stare, to realize now where that came from. Why did this have to happen? I didn't want to do anything but enjoy a nice day out with everyone and not cause problems for anyone. 12 Meanwhile, Miriko Pav. After finally finding the tea shop that Izuku and everyone likes, me and Ryuko walked in to hear him play some kind of deep music. Ah, crap. Who fucking ruined his good time? Heading inside, I noticed the pieces of shit in the shop to understand why Izuku was playing a moody song. Rumi, should we intervene? I noticed the prick walk up to Izuku's table to begin speaking. We go in now, it'll blow up in our faces. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Damn it, damn it, damn it. This was the exact thing I wanted to avoid. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.